witness is Dr. Makoba. He is present in the Teams meeting.
This is our, is it number 11?
Witness
no.
number
On the list is number 15, but he is our, this is our, I'm just checking the number, but I'll check it, it's fine.
13th witness, my lady.
This is our 13th witness, no?
If I'm counting correctly, yes.
Yes, I'll just double check. Thank you very much. Just bear with me. Just want to close the...
Dr. Makoba? You may switch on your camera and your speaker, please.
We can't see the witness yet.
Yeah, the camera is not connected. We tried to connect it. I can only connect my speaker, my audio.
Okay, is there someone assisting you there? Because it's important that we have to see your face.
Is that so?
Yes,
okay.
It's very important.
You can hold on.
Sort that out first, please. In the meantime, can I check with Ms. Beauty Kekana and then the doctor, is it Dr. Sikukuni and that other lady from, is it Sepong and Takalani? How far are they with their representation? Arrangements for legal representation. Where is Dr. Sikukuni? I always see your face, Ms. Mokosho. I want to see the face of Dr. Sikukuni. Where is she?
Dr. Sikukuni is still taking rounds more Museho. So she will join us later.
But arrangements were not made with me. Is it correct? I know nothing about that. That is why I keep on checking you people. I don't want problems at a later stage.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. What is the situation now?
I am the one who's been communicating with legal aid. Mr. Pitela did give us the contact, Mr. Mushasha. Mr. Mushasha couldn't help us because we are not around Pretoria. So we are in Krugersdorp.
Can I ask Dr. Just a second, Dr. Sikukuni? I don't know who's for Mosero. If you can just...
I am for Mosero.
No, there is somebody.
Yes. I am a lady. I am a lady available.
Is talking. You can't talk at the same time. Can you just switch off your camera? I'm listening to somebody, please.
Apologies, my lady. I am available. This is Dr. Sikukuni.
Thank you. Just remove your camera, please.
The camera.
Yes.
I can hear. I'm being distracted if both of you show your faces.
Dorothy, could
continue,
you please
continue for the sake of time?
Okay. Because we are situated, Mosafo is situated in Krugersdorp, and we started applying in Krugersdorp legal aid through legal aid, Krugersdorp. So Mushasha couldn't help us. We kept on following with the lady there, the advocate who's heading legal Krugersdorp.
Where is... Okay, I hear all those. We don't have time. It's we must use these doctors and then let them go because they have work to do. Did you? How far have you communicated with Mr. Pitlela?
You mean I started with Mr. Pitlela the day you asked him.
Yes, I want to know that those ones, the previous background you had already given me. Can I hear what Mr. Pitlela has done so far? Are you going somewhere with him?
No, Mr. Pitlela referred me to Mr. Mushasha.
Oh, that's why you are saying Mr. Mushasha couldn't help.
Yes, and Krugersdorp one.
Did you report to Mr. Pitlela?
Yes. I think I did, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I hear Mr. Pihlela?
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
I've spoken to Mr. Mshasha to check with Krugersdorp office because...
Can you just step aside for a second? You'll just listen from where you are. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pihlela.
Yes. Now, I was told that there was a delay in Krugersdorp.
There was?
There was a bit of a delay because they were going through an audit process and so on. But now what has happened is they've referred the matter to their provincial office, which will then have to refer it to their national office for a decision. Unfortunately, those are the stages that we have to go through in terms of...
Yes, I understand that.
Yes.
But at least...
Now, what the witness has been indicating, it's actually she has done her part.
Come in.
Initially, her application had to be refused. She had to do an appeal, and that appeal process then allows the provincial and the national office to come into play. So she has done her part. For now, she has to just wait for that decision to be made.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mohoja.
Thank you.
Dr. Sekukuni. She's there? Okay.
Judge, the whole process includes me, Dr. Sekukuni, and Mavis Mokosinyana. All the three appeals.
Okay, so she's the nurse who has been there at most. Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see that I've lost the doctor. It's fine. Can I hear Miss Beauty Kekana?
Good morning, Council.
Am I cancel myself?
I'm so sorry. Good morning, my lady. I'm very sorry.
Well, in Rebele, that's why.
Yeah, I'm not in Rebele.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, continue.
Yes, my lady, appeal was made. I was interviewed. It has been referred to the national for the outcome. I'm just waiting for the response.
Is Mr. Pihlela also assisting in this regard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I check with you, Miss Marriott? Is the witness now accessible?
I'm not sure, my lady. The doctor, I see his microphone is still on. Maybe he can assist.
Yes, I've connected the camera. It's saying it's downloading drivers, so I'm just waiting for it to connect to the computer.
Yeah.
So it's busy downloading. So when it says it's ready, it will show.
The other issue that I think we can deal with in the meantime is the issue of the parties who would like to make submissions with regard to the issues that were raised by Mr. Pinar. I think there has been a miscommunication regarding the deadline for the submission of the responses to his objection. So even if that is done tomorrow morning, it's fine. Tomorrow is Friday, on or before 10 o'clock. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
From
Miss Marriott?
Yes, my lady.
Are we getting somewhere? What is happening now?
I'll quickly find the doctor to find out, my lady.
Please. Where is Mr. Lead? Can't he assist you?
He is present, my lady. I'll ask him as well.
Okay,
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
My lady, I did ask the doctor yesterday to ensure that his connection is in order this morning, but I think he maybe thought he can only speak without being viewed. But I think if there's no objection, if he's having trouble to connect with the camera, I would submit that we can proceed. As he's only
I will have a problem with that. I will have a problem. We can't talk with somebody whom we can't see. I don't know what is the feeling of the others. I don't think I'll accept that.
We have done it previously, and he's only giving expert evidence. It's not a witness whose credibility is so much.
I don't know, but with me then. But we can hear the others. I don't think it's proper. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, I would respectfully submit it would be proper to be able to view the witness, to be able to at least read his countenance when he or she is presenting evidence, my lady, and it's all going to depend. We cannot preempt in what manner the cross-examination, if any, will proceed by the learned colleagues. And
he is a witness, whether expert or not. What we'll do, when you are ready, you'll just tell us, and then we yes. Miss Hassim?
May it please the court, my lady, I just wanted to say that it would be appropriate for a witness who's appearing in proceedings to appear with face and voice. And so I support Mr. Pinar.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we must just, I don't know, you can just mute yourself and put off your cameras while we wait for the witness. I don't know if we can just take can we just say this is now, yeah, can we resume at 22?
22:11, my lady.
Yes.
As the court pleases.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you please place your qualifications and experience on record?
I underwent my undergraduate education at the University of and attained my medical degree in 2007.
Just repeat what you said, Doctor. I think you were not audible. Something you broke. I don't know what happened. If you can just repeat your evidence.
I did my undergraduate medical degree at the University of Pretoria.
Yes.
I attained that degree in 2007.
You obtained the MBCHB in which year?
2007.
Yes.
2007.
Yes.
And after that, I did 2 years of internship and 1 year of community service at Sebokeng Hospital and Kopanong Hospital, which are in Vereeniging.
Yes.
After that, I came back to Pretoria at the Department of Forensic Medicine to do my specialization in forensic pathology.
Yes.
In 2011, I attained my diploma in forensic medicine and pathology through the College of Forensic Pathologists of South Africa. In 2015, I wrote my final exam for the fellowship in specialization in forensic pathology to be admitted into the College of Forensic Pathologists as a forensic pathologist. Since then, I've been working here in Pretoria to date at the Pretoria Medical Legal Laboratory, Forensic Pathology Service, Pretoria.
As a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Doctor? Now, Doctor, I'm going to take you to certain documentation. It has been emailed to yourself, but for the others to follow, it's on case lines 4096. That's the Postmortem Report DR 1447 of 2016. That's for the deceased number 47, Kenneth Sithole. I see on the list of proposed witnesses, it's indicated as Kenneth Soka.
So the correct name is Kenneth Sithole? Because I see in a number of documents, I don't know. It appears as Sithole, somewhere it's Soka.
Only Soka on the list of proposed witnesses under Dr. Makova's name, my lady.
Yes, I got the document on my second computer screen.
So the correct name should read Sithole, because on the medical records it is Sithole.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Yes. That is DR 177 of 2016.
Yes, my lady.
Document. Yes. Page 4096.
4096. Yes, my lady. Yes. Up until 4100.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, do you confirm that you conducted the said post-mortem on the 30th September 2016?
Yes, I confirm I conducted the postmortem on DR 1447/16 on the 30th of September 2016, 7:30 in the morning.
Thank you. I just want to confirm the cause of death of this deceased.
On paragraph 5, I concluded that the cause of death was aspiration pneumonia and acute on chronic pyelonephritis complicated by sepsis.
Now, Doctor, can you explain what is chronic pyelonephritis?
It's chronic infections of your urinary tract system, which includes your bladder, urinary tubes from your kidneys to your bladder, and the kidneys.
And you say complicated by sepsis. Where was the sepsis found?
Okay. Sepsis is a term describing involvement of more than one system, so multiple systems of the body with infections. So my finding of the sepsis was through the visualization and confirmation of infection that involved more than one system.
But if I understood Ms. Marriott's question is, where was the sepsis found?
In the kidneys, in the lungs, and then, yeah, kidneys and lungs.
Now, doctor, for this sepsis to occur in a patient, how long does it take for someone to realize this patient is ill because of sepsis?
Okay, I cannot get a definite answer. The clinician can give a better answer to this question. There are scenarios where it is possible for somebody to have sepsis, but for it not to show because of a variety of reasons, poor immune system and other things of that nature.
Except for the internal examination where you found the sepsis, could you see any external indication that this patient was ill with the sepsis and, of course, like you say, pneumonia and pyelonephritis?
So on external examination, the patient appeared underweight to me, which also is a sign that can suggest that someone is chronically ill. So on the external examination, in my postmortem report on page 2 of the report, I noted that the nutritional status of the patient did not look good. However, I did put an asterisk to say that the decomposition process can mask or can give the impression that the patient is wasted when the signs of decomposition have started. So this was my external visualization that the patient might be having problem with chronic illness.
Doctor, can you comment whether a patient, as you described, being underweight, is more inclined to get pneumonia or suffer from pneumonia?
Yes. If the underweight is due to chronic illness, either due to poor nutrition or some underlying chronic illness, that patient is predisposed to get infections, commonly like pneumonia.
Just a second. I apologize, my lady. My lady, may I then request that the post-mortem examination of DR 117 of 16 on page 4096 be handed in as exhibit number N for Nelly 1.
Come again? Exhibit?
N for Nelly 1.
Is there any objection to the handing in of this post-mortem report by Dr. Makova?
May I please report, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much.
No objection, my lady.
The document, the post-mortem, as compiled by Dr. Musa Makuba, as it appears on page 4096 of case lines, and named DR 177 of 2016, is handed in and marked exhibit N for Nelly 1.
My lady, just a correction, the DR number is 1447 of 16.
Oh, 1447. The document is named DR 1447 of 2016.
As the court pleases. Now, doctor, you also wrote an opinion pertaining to this patient, Kenneth Sitole. that is dated the 10th of October 2019. My lady, it can be found on case lines page 4235 to 4237.
Yes, Your Lordship, I did.
Do you confirm that you wrote this opinion?
I confirm I wrote this opinion.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to take you to paragraph 8, 9, and 10 of this opinion.
Yes, Your Lordship.
It's my ladyship.
Yes, my ladyship, sorry.
Thank you. Pertaining to paragraph 8, your finding is that you cannot make a finding pertaining to medical or ancillary personal and or I apologize, let me just read it correctly. Based on the autopsy findings and the available clinical notes, I cannot be dogmatic on my comment on the overall management of the descent due to the incomplete documentation on the parts of the medical and or ancillary personnel and or at the anchor center at the Cullinan Rehabilitation Center. Do you confirm this finding still?
I confirm this finding, yes.
Okay, and pertaining to paragraph 9, for your convenience, Doctor. However, after receiving the docket that included affidavits, clinical records, and the autopsy findings, at least superficially, there appears to be no obvious prima facie grounds from which the inferences of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institutions, CRC and MRH. There is, however, reasons to question the capacity and management of the descent at the anchor center.
Yes, Your Ladyship, I confirm.
Okay, we know CRC is Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, Doctor. Can you just indicate which place are you referred to as MRH?
Is that not Mamelodi Regional?
It is Mamelodi Regional Hospital. So
thank you, Mamelodi.
This is in paragraph 4 where the full naming of the acronym is stated, Mamelodi Regional Hospital, MRH.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. And are you still satisfied with your finding in paragraph 9?
My findings in paragraph 9 should be read in conjunction with paragraph 11, where I state that there should be somebody external who is has more clinical experience, because I'm a forensic pathologist, not a clinician, to review also and then see if they can come to the same opinion or a different opinion. So in paragraph 11, following up my findings on what I had at the time, I gave an opportunity for somebody else to review also the same data and then to see what they come up with. So at the time, with the information I had, this is what I concluded on. Yes, Your Ladyship.
Thank you.
Have you received any documentation from a clinician to support your findings in paragraph 9?
I've received no further information as far as I'm concerned on any of these cases.
Thank you. And pertaining to paragraph 10, it reads, the descendant's condition appears to have evolved over a multi-week period while at the anchor center before being referred for further assessment. There is no obvious prompt action taken to address the progressive weakness and decline in the condition of the descent while at the anchor center before referral. In my opinion, it would be reasonable to review the management of the descent while at the anchor center before this referral to the CRC and MRH.
I agree, Your Lordship. This also actually flows from what I was saying, that the patient seems to be already being under pressure physiologically, meaning the patient seemed to be sick before the patient was referred to the other institutions. So there should be review also of where the patient was before he was sent to the other centers.
Thank you, Doctor. My lady, I will request that this opinion be handed in as Exhibit N2.
Is there any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The opinion by Dr. Makgoba, as it appears on page 4235 of case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit N for Nelly and 2.
As the court pleases. Doctor, I'm going to refer you to the following post-mortem. It's DR 1756 of 2016. My lady, it can be found on page 4738 of case lines up until 4743. That is for deceased number 56, Frans Dekker. Do you have the post-mortem, doctor?
Yes, I'm opening it. Yes, I have the post-mortem.
Do you confirm that you conducted this post-mortem on or examined the deceased on the 18th of November 2016?
I confirm I did an autopsy examination on DR 1756/16 on the 18th of November 2016, your ladyship.
Okay. And doctor, can you confirm the cause of death for this deceased?
After completing the autopsy examination, I concluded that the cause of death was septic decubitus ulcers complicated by sepsis.
Now, doctor, what is septic decubitus ulcers?
Okay. The other term used for decubitus ulcers is bed sores. These are lesions caused when a patient is seated in one position for a long time. That sitting position results in pressure being applied, especially in prominent regions on the body, and then that is not good for the body. That area over time suffer some injury in a form of ischemia, and then infection. It will evolve over time.
Doctor, can you indicate, if you have the knowledge, how regular must the patient then be moved to avoid bed sores?
Okay, I will not venture there because I haven't done clinical medicine in a long time. I will defer to my clinician colleagues.
As a court pleases, my lady. Now, doctor, in paragraph 4.3 of your post-mortem report, can you just explain that paragraph, the meaning thereof?
Paragraph 4.3, medical interventions.
Yes.
Okay. So this paragraph 4.3 heading medical interventions shows actions taken by the clinical team, meaning the treating team looking after the patients. So the bullet points underneath the paragraph 4.3 described, like in bullet point number 1, where I stated there are signs of fresh tissue debridement measuring 14 by 5 centimeters involving the right hip, exposing the iliac bone. This describes that the soft tissue, meaning skin, subcutaneous tissue, fat, and muscle, have been scraped off by the treating team, trying to remove dead infected tissue so that it can help the wound heal and not further spread to the patient. Bullet point number 2, I described that there are signs of fresh tissue debridement measuring 17 by 12 centimeter involving the anterolateral aspect of the right thigh. Dash, the debridement is deep and exposes the femur bone, full stop. The aforementioned wound also shows signs of sepsis. So in this point, I was saying that on the right side of the thigh, the same process has happened where the treating team tried to scrape off or remove a bad tissue in the form of skin, soft tissue, or muscle to try and clean the wound. However, still there were signs that some of the tissue was still infected. Bullet point number 3, where I stated there are signs of fresh tissue debridement measuring 12 by 11 centimeter involving the anterolateral aspect of the left hip. This described the same process, but on the left hip, where the treating team tried to remove tissue which was either dead, infected, so that they can try not for that lesion, that infection not to spread. That area showed that that process was done. The last bullet point number 4, reads as there are focal ulcers measuring approximately 3 by 3 centimeter each, involving the right knee and right lateral malleolus. So ulcers are lesions which involve the skin, but they can go deeper. The different ulcers, which include pressure, infections, can. Oh,
you broke
sorry.
up.
So the ulcer is a lesion. Yes, it can involve skin and go deeper, involving the subcutaneous tissue, the muscle below. That's how deep it can go. And then there are various causes of this type of lesions.
Thank you. If we go to paragraph 4.5, signs of disease, can you just explain the 2 bullet points, please, in layman's terms?
Okay. Paragraph 4.5, signs of disease. Bullet point number 1 reads as follows. There is a septic grade 4 decubitus ulcer measuring 14 by 9 centimeter involving the sacrum. So in layman's terms, what I'm stating here is that there was a very severe, deep ulcer involving the lower back. The grading scale 4 means it's very deep. It has moved beyond the subcutaneous tissue. It involves the muscles and then potentially the bone underneath. Bullet point number 2 reads as follows. The lower limbs show signs of pitting edema. So pitting edema is edema of the soft tissue. This is a term used more frequently in clinical medicine where a clinician might assess a patient and then physically just press on a limb or structure of the body, and then they see if there's collection of fluid within the subcutaneous tissue. This usually is a sign that there's some chronic illness, but it's non-specific to one particular cause. There are multiple reasons that somebody might have pitting edema.
Thank you. Doctor, if we go to page 5 of your post-mortem report, there's a section indicated, that's on page 4742, my lady. That's indicated B, heart. Section T block segment of the heart shows signs of poor tissue preservation. Do you have that paragraph, Doctor?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
There are no obvious pathological changes, including signs of chronic, myocardial, ischemia.
Ischemia, yes, yes, your ladyship.
What does that mean?
Just looking, which paragraph is that?
My lady, it's page 5.
I'm on the page.
Paragraph B, heart.
Come again?
Paragraph B, heart.
Okay.
For the heart.
All right, continue.
Can you just explain what does that mean, Doctor, this paragraph?
Okay. This page, and then in particular this paragraph, is the description of the histological examination of tissue taken at autopsy. So at autopsy, we remove the organs from the body. We dissect them to look for any signs of abnormality or pathology. And then still, if our eyes cannot show us, we take smaller sections. Those smaller sections we call tissue. And then we make micrographs, slides on the thing to look under the microscope. So this paragraph says I took tissue, a T-block segment of the heart. So it's literally shaped like T. And then I looked under the microscope. And then when I looked under the microscope, the tissue that forms part of the heart, accumulatively from the heart, showed that the tissue was of poor quality, which is a sign we see as decomposition starts to happen on the body early and then towards late decomposition. Even after noted that, I could not see any obvious signs that the heart cells in the tissue showed that they died because of poor oxygen supply to them. That's the ischemia part. The chronic myocardial ischemia shows that says the cells of the heart over time chronic. I didn't see those signs in these tissue sections of the heart.
Thank you. Now, doctor, you also wrote an opinion pertaining to this patient. My lady, we can find it on page 4806 until pages 4808. Do you confirm this opinion being written by you, doctor, on the 25th of January 2018? Or dated 25 January 2018?
I confirm, Your Ladyship.
Thank you. I want to take you to, my lady, on case lines, page 4808, the third page of your opinion, doctor, paragraph 11. Can you just read that into record?
Okay. Paragraph 11 of the opinion piece reads as follows. After reviewing the documents that included affidavits, clinical records, and the autopsy findings, there appears to be prima facie grounds from which inferences of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient at the Sepong Health Center, full stop. It appears that the aforementioned center was not an ideal center for the management of the conditions Mr. F. Decker suffering from.
Why did you say this, doctor? And what was the advice?
Okay. With the information I had at the time, the Sepong Health Center appeared that it was not equipped to handle somebody who had a bed sores of that degree, because bed sores of that degree, this is a severe conditions which needs continuous management that will include surgical, medical, possible high care and ICU management. So my view of what the Tsepo Health Center was, it seems like it was not functionally the ideal center where this type of patient can be handled.
Thank you, doctor. My lady, I will request that the report be handed in as Exhibit N3 for the opinion.
This opinion by Dr. Makova, as it appears on pages 4806 to page 4808 of case line, is handed in and marked exhibit. Just before I do that, is there any objection to this?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much. The opinion as made by Dr. Makova, which appears on pages 4806 to 4808 on case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit N3. N for Nelly.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, we'll go to DR number 1407 of 2016. My lady, that can be found on case lines page 3317. That is the post-mortem of Daniel Charles Josiah. The post-mortem report continues until page 3322. Doctor, just indicate when you receive or when you are at that post-mortem report.
Yes, I'm on the postmortem report.
Thank you. Doctor, can you confirm that you conducted a post-mortem examination on the 21st of September 2016 on the deceased known as Daniel Charles Josiah?
I can confirm I conducted a postmortem examination on DR 1407/16 on the 21st of September 2016, Your Ladyship.
Thank you. Can you just indicate on record what is the cause of death that you found?
After conducting the postmortem examination, I concluded that the cause of death was in keeping with natural causes, necrotizing pneumonia.
Can you just indicate what is necrotizing pneumonia?
Necrotizing pneumonia is a severe form of pneumonia. Necrotization. So necrosis is literally the cells dying due to a stimulus. In this fact, it was infectious in nature. So the cells die and then fragment, fall apart. And then the surrounding structure, which is formed by the cells, also falls apart. And then that process is necrosis. So by stating that the patient died of necrotizing pneumonia, I'm stating that the patient had a severe form of pneumonia, which was characterized by cell/tissue death in the form of necrosis.
Now, doctor, is this at all visible if the patient was still alive, if someone is caring for this patient? Is this by any means visible?
By doing radiological examination, which include on its lowest form, chest X-ray or a CT scan of the chest, the signs of this condition can be picked up on those radiographs. But by just looking at the patient, you cannot. You'll need some special examinations to see this.
Thank you. If we go to your second page of your post-mortem, page 3318 on case lines, my lady. In paragraph 1, doctor, you indicated that pertaining to the nutrition, this deceased was severely underweight.
Come again, which page?
Page 3318, paragraph 1, my lady.
Okay. On the documents that I was sent, I remember I only have the front page, but I'm going to go through my computer and then search for this autopsy report on the system. This will take less than 2 minutes. I'll just go quickly.
Okay, you may do that.
That on the system, it shows one page.
Yes, but you just go through. That is why I was lost, because Miss Marriott said the second page, so I didn't find it. I had to ask. So if you
I apologize. I think the pages
if you go straight to that page that you referred us to, 3318, you'll find it.
Yes.
They seem to have been loaded separately.
Yes, my lady, I think so.
Is the doctor on case line?
No, my lady, we've forwarded the documents to him.
Okay.
Via email.
All right.
Yeah. The first page reflects. I'm just looking at my the saved report on my computer.
Okay, you may do so. I'm just thinking, maybe we should just proceed because we started late.
I've no objection, my lady.
Okay, I don't know what the others feel while the doctor is still trying to get the postmortem report.
No objection, my lady.
Okay.
No objection, my lady.
All right, thank you.
I've just opened the Word document of the same postmortem report. Where must I look? Which?
Thank you, Doctor. Part? Paragraph 1, the nutrition.
Oh, okay.
You indicated yes, ma'am. Severely underweight.
So under paragraph 1 is where we measure the anthropological features of the body, which include height, mass, and how the physique is built, and nutritional status. So under these measurements, when I calculated the body mass index, it was equal 15 kilogram per meter squared, which in the chart of BMI looks severely underweight.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, in paragraph 4.5 on the same page, can you just indicate what does that mean? Pectus carinatum.
Okay. So the simple term we teach for this is that it's like pigeon-shaped. So let me just open. I have actually my reference book here to look for the exact term, Latin meaning.
Maybe I can refer you to page 3319, also of your post-mortem, paragraph 10. That's page 3 of 4 for you, Doctor.
Yeah. So it's how the thoracic cage is shaped. So if it's shaped in a form of pointy version, we use this term for it, pectus carinatum.
Okay, so that's the external appearance of the spot.
Yes, of the thoracic chest.
Thank you. And then can I take you to paragraph 4.5, the 4th bullet point? Can you just indicate what does that mean?
Okay. Bullet point number 4 reads as generalized lymph adenopathy. So in our body, we have what we call lymph nodes, which are some form of a drainage system and immune system connection. So in this patient, I described that when I looked at the external of the body, also internally, the lymph nodes, those nodes, they were enlarged, and then they were in multiple spots. So this is what I was describing, that the lymph nodes, there were many enlarged and in many spots, which could be a sign, one of the signs that someone is generally sick. It's not specific to one condition. Many conditions, especially chronic conditions, can result in this phenomenon.
Thank you, my lady. I will request that this post-mortem report on case lines page 3317 to 3322 be handed in as exhibit in 4.
Is there any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The post-mortem report is compiled by Dr. Mahoba, DR 1407 of 2016, as it appears on pages 3317 to 3322 on case line, is handed in and marked exhibit N for Nelly and 4.
Lady, my apologies for interrupting so rudely, but my hand-raising function still isn't working. My lady, I don't know if I missed it, but was the post-mortem report in respect of Mr. Franz Decker on page 4738, was that handed in as an exhibit?
47?
4738. I don't have it marked
Just a second. Just
But I may have missed something.
4738. Yes, 4738. Yes, I think Miss Marriott.
Yes, my lady.
What was handed in was. Let me just go back.
The opinion was handed in as in.
Just a second.
6267, my lady. Doctor, it's for DR 1976 of 16.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Let me go to the page quickly.
2661, my lady.
This is now docket number.
For charity reports.
Just a second. Is it A11?
Yes, my lady.
6261, ne?
Yes.
Six two. Six two six seven. Yes. Continue.
Doctor, do you have the postmortem report?
I do.
Thank you. Do you confirm that you conducted a postmortem examination on the 29th of December 2017 on death register number or body number DR 1976 of 2016?
I confirm, Your Ladyship.
Can you just indicate what was the cause of death according to your findings?
After completing this autopsy examination, I concluded that the cause of death, the primary medical cause of death, was in keeping with food aspiration, complicating by necrotizing pneumonia.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, if we go to paragraph 4 on the same page, that according the chief postmortem findings, if we go to the second sentence, can you read that into record?
On second of paragraph Roman numeral 4.
Yes.
Okay. The second sentence read as follows. Internal examination shows food particles inside the trachea and main bronchi, comma, and signs of necrotizing pneumonia, full stop.
Thank you. And if we go to your second page of your postmortem, page 6262, your nutrition again shows underweight.
Yes, paragraph 1, point nutrition. How I stated this is that the body appeared underweight. However, I did say dash. This was assessed in the background of decomposition. In some of these cases, the period between death and the time we did the autopsy was abnormally long. Some of the features of decomposition may cloud what we see externally due to the period between death and when the autopsy is done.
Is that also the reason why you indicated in paragraph 3 your bullet point number 2, mummification?
Yes, paragraph 3 shows the postmortem changes, like the changes that happen after death, and then that's exactly why I wrote mummification, which is a late postmortem change, where the body turns into like a leather-like consistency that looks almost like a mummy. That's why we call it mummification.
Thank you, Doctor. If we go to page 3 of your report, case lines page 6263, paragraph 13, can you read that into record, Doctor?
Paragraph 13, which is the pleura and lungs, reads as follows. The lungs are heavy, full stop. On sectioning, comma, there are focal necrotizing lesions involving chiefly the parenchyma of the left lower lobe, full stop. The middle and lower lobes of the right lung shows focal cystic lesion with necrosis, full stop. The parenchyma of both lungs also shows signs of food aspiration in the bronchi and edema in the background of edema. The above-mentioned features are consistent with food aspiration complicated by necrotizing pneumonia, full stop. And the following points are just the measured weights of the lungs. The right lung measured 586 grams, and the left lung measured 674 grams.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, what does it mean if you say food aspiration complicated by necrotizing pneumonia?
What I am alluding and saying here is that the foreign particle, which is the food, entered the lungs where it's not supposed to be. Now, because it's a foreign material in the lungs, your immune system will react against that, and then the reaction resulted in a form of inflammation of the lungs, which is pneumonia. But then because the body cannot clear that foreign material, it tested for a period, resulting in necrosis of the tissue, hence the necrotizing pneumonia component.
So the food caused the pneumonia, if I understand you correctly.
Yes, this is my opinion. Yeah, this is what I saw.
Thank you.
Well, if I may, what causes this?
It's food entering the airways where it's not supposed to be. So the airways are your where air comes from outside into your lungs. So somehow
yes, I understand that. When does that happen?
Okay, there are many ways this can happen, but in this particular case, the patient had a seizure episode which predisposed him into food entering in the wrong airway.
Thank you.
Now, doctor, if food goes into your lungs, how long does it take for the pneumonia to establish in your lungs then?
Okay. I would like to defer to my clinical colleagues here, but food aspiration it's foreign. So within the period it enters, your body will know a foreign material is entered. So it will start forming some form of inflammation of the lungs, some form of a pneumonia. But because it cannot get cleared, therefore the pneumonia evolve over a period of time. It could be hours, days, to form the other version, which is the necrotizing form.
Thank you, doctor. My lady, I will request that the post-mortem examination be handed in as Exhibit N6. That will be pages 6261 to 6267.
Is there any objection to this?
No objection, my lady.
The postmortem report as compiled by Dr. Makgoba in respect of the deceased Charity Ratsoso, as it appears on pages 6261 to 6267 of case line and referred to here as DR 1976 of 2016 is handed in and marked exhibit. That will be N for Nelly, N6.
As the court pleases. Now, doctor, there's two opinions pertaining to the deceased. The one is dated 27 March 2017. My lady, that can be found on case lines page 6268 to 6269. It seems that the heading is statement in terms of Section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act 1977, Act 51 of 1977.
Yes, your ladyship, I'm looking at the document.
Do you confirm that you drafted this document?
I confirm, your ladyship, I drafted this document.
Thank you, my lady. I will then request that this document be handed in as Exhibit N7.
Any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The document in the form of a statement in terms of Section 212 of the Criminal Procedure Act that it appears on pages 6268 to 6269 as compiled by Dr. Makova. It's handed in and marked Exhibit N7, N for Nelly.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, then I want to take you to an opinion dated the 11th of January 2017. My lady, that can be found on case lines, page 6332 to 6334.
6332.
Yes, to 6334. Do you have that document, doctor?
I do. I'm looking at it.
Thank you. Do you confirm that you compiled the said document?
I confirm I compiled this document, your ladyship.
Thank you. My lady, I will request that this document be handed in as Exhibit N8.
Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The second opinion by Dr. Mahova, as it appears on pages 6332 to page 6334 of case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit N8. And for Nelly.
Thank you, my lady. Now, doctor, if we can go to Postmortem Examination 19 with body number DR 1915 of 2016. My lady, this can be found on case lines page 4248 to page 4253.
I got the document in front of me.
Thank you, doctor. My lady, this is for the deceased Timothy Nkumalu. That's for deceased number 50. Now, doctor, do you confirm that you conducted the post-mortem examination on the 19th of December 2016 on body number DR 1915 of 16?
I confirm, your ladyship.
Can you kindly indicate what is the cause of death according or after your examination?
After concluding this autopsy examination, I concluded that the primary medical cause of death was burns complicated by cellulitis and acute bronchopneumonia.
My lady, there's an objection.
My lady, I'm sorry to intervene. I wasn't sure that my hand was noticed a little earlier. It's not an objection. I just wanted to draw the court's attention and Ms. Marriott's attention to an additional opinion by Dr. Makoba at page 6335 of case lines, which has not been submitted as an exhibit. Page 6335 to 6338.
Okay, this is in respect of which deceased?
It's in respect of the previous deceased that Ms. Marriott was dealing with, Charity Ratsoso.
Ratsoso, okay. Just a second for me. Yes, you're correct. I see there is, yeah, I also saw that. Let me see here. Miss Marriott, before we, thank you, Miss Kasim. Miss Hassim, Miss Marriott? Where is Miss Marriott now?
I apologize, my lady.
Yes, you have taken note of the concerns by Miss Hassim. I think I just also forgot, I noted that there is another opinion in respect of Charity Ratsotso.
Thank you, my lady. If I may, 6335, my lady.
Yes.
May I just ask assistance, my lady, to share this document on the computer screen? I'm not yet technically able to do so that it's easier for the doctor to comment on this document.
Can anyone, or I think Sasha used to do it, and Ms. Stevenson, if they can assist us so that the witness can be able to see that? Can you share the opinion on page 6335?
I request Ms. Stevenson to assist, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may, all three opinions regarding Charity Ratsotso has been sent to Dr. Makgoba.
Yes, I'm looking at them. I have.
Oh, you have also this other one that is okay.
Yes, your ladyship.
Okay.
Thank you, doctor. Do you confirm then that you
does he have it with him?
The one named 6332.
6335, doctor.
6335.
The one dated the 24th of January 2018.
Yes, I do have it in front of me.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you confirm that you drafted the said opinion?
I can confirm, your ladyship, I drafted this document.
This is now the third opinion.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. Continue.
I just want to see if there's something that I would like to highlight, my lady. Doctor, can I take you to paragraph 9 of this document?
Yes, your ladyship.
Can you read paragraph 9 into record, please?
Paragraph 9, I think there's a mislabeling here from 8 to 9. However, paragraph 9 is after reviewing the provided documents that included affidavit, clinical records, and the autopsy findings, there appears to be prima facie grounds from which inferences of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institution CCRC, Anchor Center, and MRH, full stop.
And on what is your opinion based pertaining to paragraph 9?
It's based on the affidavits, clinical records, and autopsy findings.
Thank you. My lady, I would then request that this document be handed in as Exhibit N9.
Any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The third opinion by Dr. Makgoba in respect of the deceased Charity Ratsotso, as it appears on pages 6335 to page 6336 on case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit 9.
As the court pleases, my lady. Then we can go to the post-mortem examination of the deceased Timothy Ngumalu. That is deceased number 50. Doctor, it's post-mortem report or examination DR 1915 of 2016.
I can confirm I conducted this autopsy on DR 1915/16 on the 19th of December 2016, Your Lordship.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Roman numeral number 4 on the same page, can you just read it into record and explain it?
Okay. Paragraph Roman numeral number 4, that the chief postmortem findings made by me on this body were the following: hyphen, an elderly black male with septic burn wounds and cellulitis of the right forearm, full stop. The deceased also shows signs of chronic illness as evidenced by wasting of the body, full stop. Internal examination shows consolidation of the lungs in a background of autolysis of the viscera, full stop. Histological examination of the tissue slides shows signs of acute bronchopneumonia and cellulitis, full stop.
Now, if we, can you please explain to this honorable court what is septic burn wounds and cellulitis to the right forearm? What do you mean by that?
Okay. What I mean by this is that when I looked at the right forearm, I saw what looked like a burn wound. That burn wound showed that it was infected, and then the cellulitis is inflammation of the skin, including the subcutaneous tissue and the soft tissue below. So this is what I was saying with that statement.
Now, this burn wound, doctor, how big was this burn wound?
Let me go down. So the dimensions of the wound itself will be under paragraph 4.2, injuries. I'm not sure if I should read all the wounds themselves.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Under paragraph 4.2, injuries. So 4.2.1 reads as follows. There is a septic superficial wound measuring approximately 8 centimeter by 3 centimeter over the dorsolateral aspect of the right forearm, comma, approximately 2 centimeter proximal to the wrist joint, full stop. There is a septic wound measuring approximately 2 centimeters by 1.5 centimeter over the right started process of the ulna, full stop. There is a septic wound measuring approximately 4 centimeter by 3 centimeter over the dorsal aspect of the right little finger, full stop. The generalized swelling and reddening of the forearm and hand of the right upper limb in keeping with cellulitis. For visualization, I think there's a sketch to just follow what I'm trying to say in the word form. 4.2.2, there is a horizontally orientated, comma, cigar-shaped, comma, reddened healing wound measuring approximately 9 centimeter by 3 centimeter over the anterolateral aspect of the chest, comma, approximately 5 centimeter below the right nipple, full stop. Approximately 2 centimeter inferolateral to the above mentioned wound is another wound measuring approximately 4 centimeter by 2 centimeter, full stop. Full stop, showing some features as the above mentioned wound, full stop. The aforementioned wounds show features in keeping with the healing contact band wound, full stop. So
before you continue, was there any signs of medical treatment on the wound as described in paragraph 4.2.1?
Yes, your ladyship. Under paragraph 4.3, under medical intervention, was covered with wound dressing and crepe bandage. This is some form of medical treatment.
Now, doctor, what is cellulitis?
Cellulitis literally means inflammation of the soft tissue. That inflammation could be caused by a number of things. The number of things include infection, trauma, even burns, traumatic things like burns themselves, radiation, those types of inflammation of the soft tissue of the skin itself.
Thank you, doctor. Then further in page 1, paragraph Roman 4, you mentioned on your internal examination, they shows consolidation of the lungs in a background of O2 lysis of the paragraph Roman 4 on page 1, my lady. Case lines page 4248.
Yes.
Can you just explain what is the meaning of that, doctor, in layman's terms?
Of the consolidation and autolysis?
Yes.
Okay.
Of the viscera.
Yes, the viscera. Okay.
Okay, I'll start with the consolidation. Consolidation of the lungs is when you see that the air spaces which are supposed to, the air spaces in the lung, the alveoli, which are supposed to be filled with air, are filled with something other than air. So it could be edema, so some fluid that escapes from the blood vessels. It could be pus. It could be dead cells and debris. It could be blood. So anything that accumulate that space then shows that the lung is consolidated. In the background of autolysis of the viscera, so the linings of the internal structures, the organs, showed that there were, autolysis is the post-mortem change that happens when cells don't get perfusion. So it means the cells, because they're not getting nutrients like glucose, oxygen through blood, they start to disintegrate and fall apart. When you pass on, you die, and then that's what the inner the linings of the organs showed inside.
And the viscera?
It's the lining of the organs inside.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I would request that the post-mortem examination be handed in as Exhibit M10.
Is there any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The post-mortem report in respect of the deceased Timothy Numalo, as it appears on pages 4248 to 4253, case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit N for Nelly and 10.
As the court pleases. My lady will move to the post-mortem report pertaining to Joseph Gumede. That's deceased number 45. Doctor, that's DR1446 of 2016. My lady, just for clarification purposes, this post-mortem examination was placed on case lines twice. It's the first one is 3819 to 3819.
Yes.
To 3824.
Yes.
And then the same post-mortem examination is filed under 3825.
Yes.
To 3830.
So which one are we going to take? Because it's one and the same thing.
My lady, I would submit it might be easier for the first one, 3819. Doctor, do you have the post-mortem examination or the report?
Yes, Your Ladyship. I do have the post-mortem DR1446/16.
Thank you. Doctor, do you confirm that you conducted the post-mortem examination on 30th of September 2016 relating to DR1446 of 2016?
I confirm, Your Ladyship.
Now, can you just indicate what is the cause of death according to your examination?
After concluding this post-mortem examination, I concluded that the cause of death was due to severe coronary artery disease, most probably complicated by myocardial infarction.
Now, doctor, can you just explain what is coronary artery disease?
Coronary arteries are the arteries that supply your heart And then the disease to the coronary arteries is diseases that affects those blood vessels supplying your heart. The most commonest form is coronary artery disease, is in the form of atherosclerosis, but there are other causes that can result in diseased coronary vessels, coronary arteries.
And if you have coronary artery disease, how would you die of this, doctor? There are different versions you can die from coronary artery disease. You can form a thrombus, which restricts blood going distally to where the thrombus will be like a form of a blockage in the coronary arteries. Therefore, if you have a blockage, distally to that blockage, the area supplied by that blood vessels dies, and then your heart will not go into a proper rhythm. Therefore, the heart might stop. Now, doctor, according to this patient, how did he die of this disease?
Okay, so if you see the wording of my primary cause of death is that I saw the severe coronary artery disease, but I couldn't confirm the myocardial infarction. This is because the body was already decomposed. So when the muscle dies itself due to this disease, there are changes that can happen. Although we say sub 6 hour changes, so very, very early changes are very hard to see. Changes beyond that one can be seen on the tissue. But in this particular case, I couldn't see them because the tissue was decomposed.
Thank you, doctor. If we go to paragraph Roman 4 on the same page, can you just explain what is chronic myocardial ischemia and the features of our diabetic kidney?
Can you first read the chief post-mortem findings on record?
As a good please, my lady.
Okay. The chief post-mortem findings are as follows. A body of a black male with signs of decomposition and no injuries, full stop. There are also signs of chronic disease, including bilateral above knee amputations, full stop. Internal examination shows decomposition of organs, full stop. Histological examination of the tissue slides shows signs of severe coronary artery disease with chronic myocardial ischemia and features of a diabetic kidney, full stop. See also, comma, additional observations, paragraph 4, open bracket, page 4 of this document, close bracket, full stop.
Thank you. Doctor, can you explain what is chronic myocardial ischemia and features of the diabetic kidney?
Okay, so chronic myocardial ischemia is when a tissue, in this particular case, the myocardium, which is the cells of the heart, over time suffer poor blood going into them in the form of ischemia, in the form of somehow there's a blockage that disturbs that area. So over time, when that happens, the myocytes will die and then form some form of a scar in the form of fibrosis. Now, the chronic myocardial ischemia, the features is that I saw scars on the heart tissue itself because the cells died and then scar tissue was formed. This is what I mean by that. The features of a diabetic kidney, if you have diabetes, even other conditions, chronic conditions like hypertension or whatever it might be, your kidneys will respond and change in certain patterns in particular ways. With the diabetes, there are some features which look unique in a person with diabetes and then have changes in the kidney. So in saying diabetic kidney, I said the changes in the kidney showed that the etiology, the primary cause of those changes are due to the diabetes a patient might have had.
Now, doctor, if this patient's diabetes was controlled, would you also see this in the kidney?
So diabetes is a complex condition. So if you are well controlled, these changes, you shouldn't see them. But if it's poorly controlled, they will show over time as the patient suffer the damage from the uncontrolled diabetes.
Thank you. My lady, I would request that the post-mortem report on page 3819 to 3824 be handed in as Exhibit N11.
Any objection to this?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The post-mortem report in respect of the deceased Joseph Ngubalo, that is DR 1446 of 2016, as it appears on page 3819. Up to
3824, my lady.
3824 is handed in and marked Exhibit N for Nelly 11. N11.
As the court pleases. Now, doctor, there's two opinions pertaining to the deceased. The one is on page 3877 on case lines. It's dated the 14th of December 2016. Can you confirm that you wrote this opinion?
Let him look at it first.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. This is for Timothy. No.
Deceased Jay Kumedi.
Just Kumedi. Yeah. So yes, I have two opinions. Which one are you looking at?
One dated 14 December 2016, page 3877.
Yes, I'm looking at that one. Yes, so, Your Ladyship, I'm in possession of that one and looking at it.
Did you draft the document?
Yes, Your Ladyship, I drafted this document.
My lady, I would request that this opinion be handed in then as exhibit number N12.
Just a second. I'm noting here that this one on page 3877, it says it's in respect of deceased Gumede and Soka.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, it's just a request pertaining to hospital documentation to be made available.
Oh, okay. All right. Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection. Thank you.
The document appearing on pages 3877 to 3878 on case line is handed in and marked Exhibit N12. If I may correct my previous recording of the document on page 3819, it is in respect of Joseph Gumede, not Ngumalo. I think the other details are correct, and it is Exhibit N11. And the document on page 3877, it's Exhibit N12. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady. Doctor, if we go to the opinion dated the 5th of June 2017, that can be found on page 3879 to 3882 on case lines.
I confirm, Your Ladyship, I drafted this document.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lady, I just want to see if there's anything that I wish to highlight. Doctor, if you go to page 4 of your report, that's on case lines 3882, paragraph 9, marked F.
Yes.
Can you just read F and G into record, please?
Okay. Paragraph 9F reads as follows. Nowhere in the document is there a suggestion that the descendant was being treated by a medical doctor, full stop. This oversight, comma, is correct, comma. I think I wanted to say if correct, comma, is highly irregular and grossly compromised the descendant, full stop. Number 9G, also, comma, according to the available information, comma, the anchor center did not have a working glucose monitoring machine, full stop. If this was the case, comma, this is highly irregular for an institution which cares for patients, especially patients that need regular monitoring of glucose levels like Mr. Joseph M. Gumete, full stop.
Now, if we can go to paragraph 11 on the same page, page 3882. Can you read that into record?
Paragraph 11. The following further comments are made of the overall review of this patient, hyphen, 11A. In my view, comma, the overall clinical management of the descendant appears to have been inadequate, full stop. 11B. There was a lack of proper clinical note-taking and recording of relevant clinical information, full stop. This shortcoming, comma, further compromises review of the descendant's clinical course while under the care of the anchor center, full stop. C, hence I am of the view that the nursing care and forward stroke or observations pertaining to this patient do not seem optimal and probably also require review by a family medicine clinician and or nursing practitioner, full stop. Point D, in addition, comma, an expired license certificate granted to the executive committee to manage Anchor House at the Kalafong Heights is included in the police docket received, full stop. The relevance of this document is not immediately apparent to me, full stop.
Thank you, Doctor. Do you still confirm your findings or your opinion pertaining to paragraph 11 as well as paragraph 9?
I still confirm the conclusions with the information I have to date. I confirm with these findings.
Thank you, my lady. I would then request that the opinion from page 3879 to 3882 be handed in as Exhibit N13.
Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objections.
The opinion as it appears on pages 3879 to 3882 by Dr. Makoba is handed in and marked Exhibit N for Nelly, N13.
As the court pleases. Doctor, we're going to move to the last post-mortem that was sent to you. That's DR 1405 of 2016. My lady, that can be found on case lines 3088 to 3093.
I have the report in front of me, Your Lordship, Your Ladyship.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, do you confirm that you conducted a post-mortem examination on body number DR 1405 of 2016 on the 21st of September 2016?
I confirm this, Your Ladyship.
Can you just indicate what was your finding pertaining to the cause of death?
I concluded that the cause of death was in keeping with an asphyxial death due to food aspiration.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, this cause of death was similar to the death of Postmortem 19761 of 16, so that the food aspiration, can you just explain again what does that mean?
Yeah, there's a difference in how the mechanism happened in this particular case. So in this one, the food itself actually obstructed oxygen going into the lungs. It was larger clumps of food which was not fully digested, like partially digested, that blocked air going in, as compared to more loose more loose food actually finding its way down and then seeding in the lung itself, causing a reaction from the body, destroying the tissue around the foreign material. This one blocked the airway so that air cannot go through, cannot pass through.
So this person could not breathe. Is that how I can understand it?
Is that the reason you refer to this as
asphyxia?
Asphyxia.
Yeah. So the motion of breathing, the patient can take air in, but when it finds its way, it finds a blockage, then cannot go through. So in this case, there's actually no chance of air finding its way to the blood, so that oxygen from the air can go into the blood of the person. So the problem is the gas exchange is not happening here, because even if you are breathing in air, it gets blocked as it goes into your lungs due to that foreign material. So the asphyxial component just means this person died because of lack of oxygen. Yeah, why there was lack of oxygen? The food was blocking air going in.
Now, doctor, if something like this happened, can someone see that this person is suffering due to asphyxial? Well, I don't know how to put it, but due to the fact that he can't breathe.
Yeah. So, like asphyxia causes your body to react to the severe stress of being deprived of oxygen. Typically, the patient will try to cough and then will ask for help. However, there are scenarios where, for example, let's say the patient is heavily medicated, or the patient is severely sedated, or just so weak that they cannot show that they're suffering. It can happen that people can aspirate in silence and then die probably without people noticing them in that situation.
Now, doctor, if we go to page 2 of your post-mortem report.
Just a second, please. I think you're moving too fast. Just a second. Yes, you may proceed, Counsel, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, if you go to page 2 of your post-mortem report, paragraph number 1.
Yes, your ladyship.
The nutrition portion says severely underweight.
Yes.
Will this have an implication of the condition of the deceased?
Yeah, being underweight is most often a sign that something chronically is happening. Either you're not eating your enough calories, or if you are eating enough calories, something is using them up in a form of an ongoing infection within the body, or it could be some ongoing stress like a cancer. So there's an imbalance between either you're not taking enough, and then you are taking enough, but it's getting used too much. So this patient looked like he was not getting enough calories, which does affect how you respond to things, because you generally fatigued, weak in this condition.
Now, doctor, can I just ask you this asphyxial death, is the layman terms for that choking?
What is that?
Choking, if a person chokes.
Yeah. So in this particular case, this is choking. Asphyxia though is not choking. So asphyxia is like a umbrella term describing deaths where somebody dies due to lack of oxygen. Choking is one of them, which this one is. Yes, your ladyship.
Thank you.
My lady, I would request that the post-mortem report on page 3088 to 3093 be handed in as an exhibit. It will be exhibit N14.
Any objection?
No objection, my lady.
The post-mortem report in respect of DR1405 of 2016, as it appears on pages 3088 to 3093. It's handed in and marked exhibit N for Nelly, N14.
As a court pleases. Now, doctor, you compiled an opinion pertaining to this deceased on page 3167 to 3169 on case lines. It's dated 30 January 2018.
I confirm I compiled this document, your ladyship.
Just a second, I'm still accessing the document. Number 11.
Page 3167, my lady.
Yes, I just wanted to go to the docket first. 3167. Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Do you confirm that you compiled this opinion?
I confirm I compiled this opinion, your ladyship.
Now, doctor, if I take you to paragraph 4, it seems that this information was deprived or derived from hospital documentation that was placed in your, at your disposal. Yes. I just want to take you to the second page, paragraph E, 4E.
Yes, I'm at paragraph 4E.
It reads, the opinion of the attending medical practitioner as to the probable cause of death was that the deceased died to sepsis. Did you find any sepsis during your post-mortem examination?
No, your ladyship, I didn't find features of sepsis on this case.
Thank you. And can you go to paragraph 11, please? On page 2.
I'm on paragraph 11.
Can you read this into record, please?
Paragraph 11 reads as follows. After reviewing the accompanying documents, which include copies of the Pretoria West Hospital file number 12475/2016 and affidavit, I am in no position to opine on the inferences of negligence on behalf of the attending nursing staff at the Precious Angel NGO, full stop. However, it is my opinion that there are no obvious grounds from which inferences of negligence may be drawn, on behalf of the attending medical and or nursing staff at the Pretoria West Hospital, full stop.
Thank you. And then paragraph 12, you request that the documentation be forwarded to a specialist. Is that correct?
That is correct, your ladyship.
My lady. May I request that this opinion be handed in as exhibit number N15?
Any objection?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The opinion on page 3167, pages 3167 to 3169 in respect of the deceased Lucky Moseko by Dr. Makova It's handed in and marked Exhibit N5.
N15, my lady.
N15, 15. Yes, thank you.
I have no further questions for the witness.
Just before the cross-examination, I think this is now 20 past. If we can just take a 5-10 minute break just for the stretching of our legs, then we will continue. Thank you very much. The witness is warned.
How late does the court wish to continue? 12:30, my lady.
Yes, in fact, yes, 12:30.
As a court.
Can we resume at 12:30? Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Reminder that you're still under oath, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Okay. Is Mr. Martin or Mr. Watbringle present? Mr. Martin's team. Is Mr. Martin's team present? Mr. Watbringle?
May it please the court, my lady, I think this, at the roll call, their attorney, Mr. Van Heerden, I think, represented or placed himself on record.
Mr. Van Heerden, are you there? I see this is recurring. Okay, Mr. Van Heerden, do you have questions? Is this your team? Yes, you are muted. I cannot hear you.
Apologies, Judge. No questions for the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of Ms. Mahlangu, anybody representing is Mr. Peterson or is Ms. Kavenderbeck? Can you hear me? Anybody on behalf of Ms. Mahlangu? I see this is recurring. I'm going to pass these people, and I don't want instances where they would say the witnesses should be recalled because I was not alerted. It appears there is no representation currently. I'm going to pass. Mr. Pilar, you are next. Do you have questions to this witness?
May it please the court, my lady. At this stage, no questions, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
May it please you, my lady, I have no questions at this stage, but I reserve the right to request your ladyship for later cross-examination should it become necessary.
Ms. Hasim?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for the witness at this stage, and I thank Dr. Makoba for his assistance.
Thank you. Ms. Munjarel?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Yes, please, the court, my lady. I do have some questions for the witness.
If you can outline the reason for that.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I will be cross-examining the witness before court regarding disease number 73, Charity Rasolso. The reason being that my client, Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, was a member of MDT Cullinan who went to Life Esidimeni Inquest on the 12th of May when the deceased was amongst the patients who were discharged to CCRC. Though my client went there in a capacity as a social worker, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed. I want to, before I allow you cross-examination. Why do you want to ask questions? What is the basis?
The basis?
Because she was there and then?
Yes.
Yes.
And also because my client was working as a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center.
Was Charity at CCRC before?
Yes, he was discharged, my lady, from Life Esidimeni Inquest to CCRC before he was discharged to Anchor.
Okay. You may proceed.
As please the court, my lady. Dr. Makova, I'm Advocate Rendani Munjalele. I represent a witness in this proceeding by the name of Mrs. Maflori Daphne Ndlovu. Like I've explained before the Honorable Court just now, she was a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. Doctor, it is my client's instruction that the disease that I'm cross-examining you about, Charity Ratsotso, was discharged by Life Esidimeni Inquest on the 12th of May, 2016 to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. Any comment on that?
Does the doctor know? Do you have any knowledge? If you don't, you don't. Do you know, doctor?
I'll have to look at the record of what I was given to check on that, but on the top of my head, I cannot. So I'll rely on the opinion where I wrote a summary of the information I had to see if I know the exact date.
Okay, it's fine. Let her proceed because you can't say you were not there at the time.
Yeah.
As please the court, my lady. And then it is further my client's instruction that the deceased Charity Ratsotso on the 23rd of June 2016, he was discharged.
Was a she?
A he, my lady.
Oh, Charity was a he?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
He was discharged by the CEO of Cullinan Care and
on which date? On the 20th?
On the 23rd of June 2016.
He
was discharged by the CEO of Cullinan, Mrs. Priscilla Nyatu, to Anchor.
Yes. Are you following, Peter?
I'm following, and then I'm just looking at the dates I know from the summary. From the summary, what I can see here is that the deceased was admitted at CCRC on the 12th of May.
Yes.
And then on the 23rd of June 2016 was transferred to Anchor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, doctor. Thank you so much for that. And regarding that, my lady, I would like to refer the Honorable Court and the witness to the document here, which is on page 6180 in the case line, which is an MXCA3 form, a discharge report.
Can the witness, Sacha or Miss Stevenson there, Miss Marriott? I see there is a hand before we go there. I just wanted, before I allow you, I just wanted anyone to assist the witness because it doesn't appear that if the document can be shown on the screen. I don't know whether the witness has got all the documentation. Yes.
No, my lady, only the post-mortem reports as well as his opinions were forwarded to the doctor, yes. And he doesn't have access to case lines.
Was that the reason for your hand?
Yes,
yes. I just thought of as you introduced him this morning that you said he was just the documents were forwarded to him. So how are we going to work? If can the documents be shown on the screen? Will he be in a position to see? Because it looks like he doesn't have any access to case line. Is that correct, Miss Marriott?
That is correct, my lady.
So how are we going to go about here? Will the document be read to him? I don't know.
Yes, my lady, can I read the document into the record?
Yes, you may do so. The doctor will just listen. If I can go to the page first.
It is on page 6180. It's written, my lady, can I proceed?
This is a discharge report, okay.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
It's a discharge report confirming what the witness has said, that that the disease was discharged to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. But I'm also intending to use this document to show the court what I said earlier, that the disease was discharged by the CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. So the court will note that
is it necessary because the witness has confirmed according to his notes? I don't know where you're getting, but is it necessary? It has been confirmed, isn't it?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I thought it was necessary that I must read the content of this document into the record.
Okay, you may do so.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. The document reads as follows: MHCA 03, Department of Health, Discharge Report, Section 16 or 56 of the Act. Full name, Charity Ratsotso, ID number 680926. Date of birth, 1968, stroke 09, stroke 26.
This just confirms the discharge. That's it.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
That's why it's not necessary. It just confirms you have just referred to the page. It shows that he was discharged.
Just a second, my lady. It's advocacy, but I'm struggling to have my camera and my hand raised. I can see the document is being shared on the screen. I don't see the need to read it, my lady. I think the doctor can even see it. It's
in any event, that has been confirmed. He has confirmed that according to his notes, this is it confirmed what Ms. Mujerera has just put to him. Oh, I don't know, Ms. Mujerera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Like I said earlier,
you can just say this document, it was signed by this person, then full stop. It's a discharge report. Just reading it line by line. I mean, it has been confirmed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. This document, my lady, it was signed by MPO Nyatlu, the head of establishment, on the 23rd of June, 2016. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Thank you very much. Can you proceed?
Yes, please, the court. Doctor, the deceased, after he was discharged to Anchor on the 23rd of June, 2016, he was then admitted at Mamelodi Hospital on the 29th of June, 2016. Any comment on that, doctor?
I'm looking for anything with dates here.
Does that correspond with your notes or what the clinical records that you saw?
What I'm reading here is that the patient was at Mamelodi Regional Hospital mortuary between 11 July to 28 December 2016. I'm looking for the specific.
The date of admission at Mamelodi.
At Mamelodi, that's where I'm. So on the 20, I think on the 28th of June, in paragraph 6 of one of the opinion pieces here, I wrote that that Gauteng EMS was called to Cullinan Care and Rehab Center. This is on the 26th of June. And then when they arrived is when they took care of the patient. And then the patient was transported to Mamelodi Regional Hospital. But the times I have is that on the 28th, around 11 at night, the patient was being moved to Mamelodi Regional Hospital, which is around the same time frame I'm presented here.
Can you just look at I think, page, I don't know what that opinion of yours, 6332. If you look at 2.1, just made my notes here if I...
666?
6332.
6332. 6332.
If you look at...
Yes.
yes, just
the patient was...
number 2.1.
2.1. Thanks, Your Ladyship. The patient, according to the information I had, was admitted to Mamelodi Hospital on the 29th of June 2016, around 2 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Doctor. Where he eventually passed on the 11th day of July 2016. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. The patient was declared dead on the 11th of July 2016 at around 1:05 in the morning.
Doctor, you conducted post-mortem on the body of the deceased, Charity Rasoso, on the 29th of December 2016. Is that correct?
29th, yes, Your Lordship, Your Ladyship, that is correct.
Okay, let's go to page 6336. This, I think, this is your postmortem report.
6261.
This is not the postmortem report. I think it's one of the opinions. You said 6336.
Yes, my lady, unless if I'm making...
The postmortem report is on page 6261.
Yes, Your Ladyship, 6261.
Yes, but she's referring you to this or the second opinion. I think the second opinion on page 6336, which starts from 335.
Sorry, my lady, I will just double check my notes here. I might be making an error.
You see?
My lady, it's the third opinion that was handed in as exhibit number N9.
Yes, I'm just looking at my notes. That's why I didn't go to the exhibits. I just wanted to assist the witness because I know that he's not on case line.
Yes, my lady, I agree with the court. My apologies for that. I just made some errors here on my notes. Doctor, what I want to say to you is that on this document that is on page 6336.
Can we find out if the doctor was able to locate the document?
Yes, please, the court.
6336, which begins at 6335. It's an opinion piece from the 24th of January 2018.
Correct. Yes. That is exhibit. This is now, just a second. This is now Charity Ratsotso.
Yes, my lady.
Exhibit N9, my lady.
Exhibit N9, correct? Thank you.
Doctor, in page 2 of this opinion that you drafted, you said in paragraph 4.5, I concluded that the cause and or mechanism of death to have been in keeping with food aspiration complicated by necrotizing pneumonia.
Paragraph?
4.5 on page 2.
Don't be too fast for me because I won't note where you mislead the witness because of mistakes. 4.5 point?
4.5.
4.5. Okay.
On page 6336.
Yes. 5.5. Continue.
Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I agree with the statement. I concluded on 4.5, I concluded that the primary medical cause of death and or mechanism of death to have been in keeping with food aspiration complicated by necrotizing pneumonia.
Can you explain before the court as to what does this mean?
It
was
means
this not explained?
My lady, I'm going to object.
Yes, this was, I think the evidence is on record regarding this one.
As a court pleases, my lady.
Ms. Mjerere, where are you going with this? We don't want to be repeating the same evidence.
As please the court, my lady, I'll withdraw the question then.
If you haven't been clarified, you can just ask a clarifying question. Maybe you missed it, but just to repeat the question as it was posed previously, it doesn't augur well at all.
As please the court, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Doctor, when the deceased Charity Rasoso was admitted at the hospital in Mamelodi, he was suffering from uncontrollable seizures. Do you agree?
Seizures.
As please the court, my lady. Do you agree?
I agree. I agree, your ladyship.
That was the evidence. Thank you. Continue.
As please the court. Based on that, I would like to refer you again to. I would like to refer you to page 6333 in the case line.
I'm on 6333.
Paragraph 2.9.
Just a second. Paragraph 2.9, yes?
Yes, my lady. Can I read this into the record, my lady?
Come again?
Can I read this sentence into the record?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. The recorded opinion of the attending medical practitioner as to the probable cause of death is cardiopulmonary arrest. Do you see that, doctor?
I concur. I see that, your ladyship.
Can you explain before this honorable court as to what does this mean? What type of condition is this?
Okay. So we write, this is actually what we like. We want attending clinicians to give their opinion on what they think might have been the cause of death of the patient. So this point shows that this is what the clinician was thinking. What this means, though, this is actually problematic. Cardiopulmonary arrest is not a cause of death. So it is what we call a mechanism of death. So literally what this person wrote is that the heart, the cardiovascular system and the pulmonary system ceased to function. It stopped. So
just hold it there, doctor. So this is just a mechanism of death.
Yes, yeah. So
and you say what stopped?
The cardiovascular system. In here, what they mean usually is the heart stopped and the lungs stopped. That's why they write this cardiopulmonary arrest. But physiologically, how you should think of this, cardiopulmonary arrest is like there are many roads that lead to cardiopulmonary arrest because this is a mechanism when something gets initiated higher up by primary medical cause of death. For example, in this case, the patient had necrotizing pneumonia because he aspirated something. So when the body cannot get rid of this insult, at a certain point, at a physiological level, the heart or the lungs or the heart and lungs will stop. But you can't blame cardiopulmonary arrest as the cause of death. This is what happened to most people before they die. The heart and the lungs will stop. But the heart and lungs stopping, something made them to stop, which is what the cause of death is. So it is not advised to write cardiopulmonary arrest as a cause of death, because it really doesn't relay information on what caused these systems to end, because at the end, before you die, these systems will stop, cease to function.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Munjara?
But Doctor, do you agree with me that according to what you have written here in paragraph 2.9, you have written that the recorded opinion of the attending medical practitioner as the probable cause of death is cardiopulmonary arrest. You did not say it's a mechanism of death.
Maybe let me clarify. This is not my opinion. This is the opinion of the people in hospital. It's not me. So, okay, sorry, Your Ladyship.
Thank you. You may proceed. But before the question is asked, I mean, the way I understand this doctor, this is not his note. Who wrote this? Let me just see. Oh, he's just noting what he found. Am I correct, Doctor?
Sorry, Your Ladyship, this is correct. This is the a summary of the information I get from the clinical notes. So the attending doctor in hospital who declared this person dead, he wrote that. That's why it's in a quote. He wrote that.
You have explained it fully. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Munjara?
Doctor, with that, I wanted to say to you, or rather, I wanted you to clarify this code, because according to me, we now have two causes of death. The one which was written by the attending medical practitioner and the one which was written by...
I'm going to object pertaining to this line of questioning. The doctor indicated the cause of death highlighted by my colleague was pertaining to medical records he received. He explained that it's not the cause of death, it was the mechanism which occurred.
Ms. Munjara?
I don't actually agree with my learned colleague, because I have seen that indeed he was I have noted that the doctor was writing about he was writing about an opinion of another doctor.
What do you want?
My issue here, my issue here, my lady, is that does not take away the fact that the attending doctor noted that the cause of death of Charity Ratholz is cardiopulmonary arrest. And Dr. Makova is saying the cause of death is necrotizing pneumonia.
Okay, before I note I see Ms. Hasim has also raised her hand. I've noted you. Ms. Munjerere, did you understand what the doctor has just explained?
Yes, my lady, yes.
He's talking about clinicians having to write what they think. And he explains, if you see that paragraph says, as to the probable cause, and he explained that this, you cannot regard it as a cause, right? That's how he just noted what he found. And that is why it was necessary for him, when he did the post-mortem, on the basis of what he saw.
Okay.
What conclusion to arrive at? Can I hear Ms. So this line of questioning you should refrain from that. Ms. Hasim?
Thank you, my lady. Your ladyship was clarifying. I was wanting to.
Come again?
My lady, I have your explanation and clarification has addressed the objection.
Yes, I think the doctor has answered this quite clearly. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Doctor, let's go to page 6337, paragraph 9.
We were
Yes, Your Lordship, I'm
just
on
a second. I'm just trying to locate the page. 6337. Just a second for me.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Oh, yes. 337, paragraph 9.
Yes, my lady. Can I read this paragraph into the record?
You want to read the whole paragraph?
Only paragraph 9, my lady.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
It's not
very long. Because I think there was an incorrect numbering on paragraph 8. So that's why.
Oh, okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Doctor, are you there?
Paragraph 9, yes.
Yes, I'm here.
After reviewing the provided documents that included affidavits, clinical records, and the autopsy findings.
Autopsy.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. There appears to be prima facie grounds from which inferences of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institutions: CCRC, Anchor Center, and MRH, which and to mean Mamelodi Hospital.
Regional Hospital.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. So, Doctor, can you tell the court as to which affidavits are those which make you to come to this conclusion in paragraph 9, especially in regard to CCRC?
Okay, I cannot name the exact numbers, but a while ago, before compiling this opinion, the investigating officer provided me with a lot of documents. Those documents included written statement and under oath, medical records, some medical records, and then I matched that with the autopsy I've done together, looking at all those different information. This is where I came with this opinion. So unfortunately, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was in a police docket type of package that was sent to me, your ladyship.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Doctor, I was basically expecting you to give me the names of the people who deposed to those affidavits, which shows that there was that I don't know, my lady. Should I proceed?
What is the problem?
I saw the court.
I just want to. I thought there was an objection. That's why I had to, because sometimes I don't see people.
Oh, okay. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Continue.
Oh, I was waiting for the doctor to give me an answer regarding what I've just said. I have said, doctor, that I was expecting you to say to this court or to tell this court that so and so have indicated in the affidavits that there was mismanagement of the patient by CCRC. Okay. I was not asking of the numbers, doctor.
Okay, your leadership, I follow. I think the way I understand it is that, did somebody say there was some form of negligence from institution A, B, and C? This is not how this is constructed. This opinion, which is my words, is an opinion from me, without anyone telling me A and B did this. This is me reviewing the information of the people who were there, saying this is what happened, this is what I did, looking at the clinical records, looking at autopsy finding, and then applying my mind to see if medically and then clinical medically the management of this patient is fair. And then I came to the conclusion that looking at these records that I was given, it seems like there are some questions that need to be answered from these three institutions. I'm not saying somebody from this center specific, somebody did something wrong. I'm saying it is only fair that somebody look deeper into how the patient from point A to point Z was managed. And then if through that process, there are some shortcomings that come through, then we will know. So no person told me this. The information that was given to me after applying my mind led me to me making this statement, Your Ladyship.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Doctor, you said on the same paragraph that there appears to be prima facie grounds. Can you explain?
Just a second. Miss Margaret?
I apologize, my lady. I just see it's after 1 o'clock. Does the court wish to adjourn for lunch at this point in time?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's 5 minutes past 1. Can we adjourn now and we'll resume at 2 o'clock? Doctor, you are warned. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Ladyship.
We are resuming at 2 o'clock.
At 2 o'clock. Thank
Yes.
you, Your Ladyship. Okay.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
I'm here, my lady.
I'm here, my lady.
Yes.
My lady.
Your last question. You were asked about page 6337, paragraph 9, in relation to what the note that you have made there, and you have responded that after applying your mind medically, that is what you came up with. Remember that note that
yes,
relates
I do, Your
to
Ladyship.
negligence? Yes.
Yes, Your Ladyship, I do remember.
Right. You may proceed, Ms. Munjera.
As please the court, my lady. Doctor, from the same paragraph 9, line number 2, you said there appears to be prima facie grounds from which inference of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institution. So with reference to CCRC in particular, can you please tell this court as to on what basis do you say this?
I'm saying this on the basis that when a patient is being looked after in one institution and being transferred to another institution, it's not like you're just dropping a ball and then forget about it. The transfer from one institution to the next needs to be smooth and seamless so that the receiving institution have adequate documentation from what the patient was being treated for. And number 2, adequate treatment for the patient when it comes to the secondary institution. So in my view, when I said that, I said it should be looked that if CRC as well, the CCRC did transfer the patient in a proper manner to the next institution. If it did, that's fine, there's no problem. So this is what I meant by including CCRC.
Yeah, doctor, but from what you said here, you are talking about prima facie grounds from which inference of negligence can be drawn.
Yeah.
So I was asking you to be specific, or what wrong did the CCRC did as far as the management of this patient is concerned?
The statement is not meant to say somebody did wrong.
Just a second, doctor. Just a second, there is an objection. Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I did not see the relevance for this line of questioning as my colleague's client was a social worker at CCRC. She did not deal with the patient's care at all. So I do not see the line of questioning pertaining to this.
Yes, Ms. Ndera.
As please the court, my lady, with due respect to my learned colleague, I think what my learned colleague is saying is something that the witness himself has to answer.
But you are not answering the concerns that she's raising. She says your client was just a social worker there. On what basis are you asking this witness this particular question? It's like now you are representing you are representing CCRC. That is exactly what she's asking.
My lady, in paragraph 9 of the of page 6337, the witness made a blatant statement to say that the manner in which the patient was treated by, amongst others, CCRC, it was somehow negligent. I'm asking the witness this question so that the witness must be specific before court as I continue with my cross-examination as to, according to his opinion, who at CCRC should be blamed for this mismanagement of this patient.
But now, how do you respond to the concerns raised now in the objection, so that the court can be in a position to rule? Mr. Sibara, just a second. I've noted you.
Yes, my lady. My client was just a social worker, but she was working at CCRC. The statement by the
as she was working, did her work, did it relate to the treatment of patients?
She's part of the MDT.
Oh, yes, okay. Can I hear Mr. Sibara?
My lady, I just heard the voice of my client that she was part of MDT. That is what I wanted to refer the court to.
Thank you. I'm well aware of that, but I just wanted to hear it coming from the you must tell your client she's not supposed to say anything.
Unfortunately, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Mervet.
How did they come?
Yes, my lady.
Dr. Manamela can go out of record, my lady. She's still on. Yeah, she left now. It's okay.
Do you want to testify, Dr. Manamela?
My lady, I'm sorry.
It seems you want to testify. We don't want you to testify. This is not your turn now. You'll get your turn, please. Thank you very much. You have got representatives whom you can address the court through them, through whom you can address the court. Yes, Ms. Hasim, Ms. Pitlela, can I? Oh, who's that? Is that Mr. Pitlela? I thought it was Ms. Hasim. Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, my lady. My lady, I think that the question posed by my learned colleague, Advocate Munjalele, is a fair question. This witness indicates in the statement that he perused certain documents and based on his opinion, experience, whatever the case might be, there is a prima facie grounds. And now we need to know what those prima facie grounds are based upon. I mean, it cannot be that the witness can now take refuge in that he's not the one who compiled the document. He expresses an opinion, and for that he should be able to back it up. That would be my submission, my lady.
I don't understand when you say he's not the one who compiled which document, because this opinion, it is the opinion that was compiled by him, isn't it? That's where I don't understand what you're saying. But in any event, part of what you are saying, I understand it. Ms. Hasim?
No,
yes.
The objection.
Okay, just a second, Ms. Hasim. I think Mr. Pitlela, he still wants to clarify.
No, my lady, if the court, I was merely referring to the objection that was raised to say that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hasim?
Thank you, my lady. It might not be a full answer to this question, but in the paragraph in this document preceding that conclusion that my learned friend, Ms. Munjere, is referring to, in paragraph 5 in the same document, Dr. Makoba summarizes what he perused in the documents. It's not, and I accept that it's not a record of every single document, but there is a summary of what led him to the conclusion that he makes in paragraph 9, and if that's of any assistance to my learned friend and to the court.
If I may,
can we leave the witness to finish? Because, yes, you can say what you want to say, Doctor.
I wanted to reference the court to paragraph 5.6 of the same document, if that might be of help as well. In this paragraph 5.6, in this document, I wrote that on the 23rd.
You can just read it into the record.
Okay, paragraph 5.6 reads as follows: on the 23rd of June 2016, the descendant was transferred to an NGO Anchor Center, full stop. See document A18 for further description of the transfer from CCRC to the Anchor Center, full stop. In summary, the patient was removed from one location or ward, open bracket, ward 9, question mark, close bracket, at the CCRC to another location within the same CCRC complex, open bracket, ward 1, question mark, close bracket, full stop. The transfer of this patient appears to show an absolute lack of care and professionalism, full stop. The reference document, open bracket A18, close bracket, reflects that the patient was transferred without a clear / complete medical record, no clear designated ward which he was to be admitted, full stop. As a result, it is alleged that this patient, together with other patients who were being transferred at the same time, were left in the hallway by nurses without proper handing over to the receiving party. This open bracket A18, close bracket, full stop. As a result, due to a large number of patients being moved around, there was allegedly not enough space to accommodate some of the patients because the receiving ward was full stop. The communication between the transferring and the receiving party is demonstrably poor, leaving the patients more vulnerable, full stop. Your Ladyship, I think this is also some of the things that when I wrote through the documents that were given to me, informed what I said in the paragraph in question.
Thank you. Ms. Mjera?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'll continue with the next question.
Okay, continue.
Doctor, so based on what you have just read now before court, who, according to you, should be held responsible for the manner in which the disease was treated, with specific reference to CCRC?
Okay. I'm not cognizant on how the structures are designed, the hierarchy of responsibilities in these two institutions. So I wouldn't know specifically who to a finger will be pointed, and nor is this the point from my reviewing of this case. If in the system there is a way how properly patients are moved from one area to the next, the institution's structure of responsibility.
Just a second, I think there is a hand. Just a second, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Who's that?
Shabangu.
Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
My lady, I object to this line of questioning because the doctor, he is not at any position to answer this question because this is a fishing expedition, my lady.
Miss Munjera?
As pleases the Honorable Court, my lady. According to me, taking into account that the witness before court now is a medical doctor, one would assume that he would be aware on how those type of how the discharges from one hospital to another institution must be dealt with, whether the CEO or the treating doctors or nurses should be held responsible. I think as a medical doctor, he should be able to know, or who should have the final say regarding how the patient must be discharged from one institution to another.
Can I just take Mr. Mr. Shabangu, and then I will rule on this unless Miss Merod want to say something, but for the sake of time and
as a court, please,
yes.
I stand by my objection.
Okay, I'm not going to allow this question on the basis that this doctor himself, how will he know about what is happening at Kaninen? He has already, there are questions that were asked where he indicated that he's not a clinician.
As please the court, my lady.
So I don't know whether he knows the structure as to how the Kalinen centers work, what is happening. This, you must remember that he's a medical doctor, but he's a pathologist. He has indicated in his evidence that he's not a clinician. There were questions that he himself deferred to clinicians.
As please the
Can I ask somebody's hand is still up? If you can just lower your hand. I don't know who that is. Yes, continue, Ms. Munjera.
That will be the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foster is not present, am I correct? Anybody on behalf of Ms. Foster who's standing in for Ms. Foster? Mr. Peterson, I don't want to, I've just skipped you. You were not there at the time. Okay, I'll talk to you later. It's fine. You are muted in any event. Anybody who's standing in for Ms. Foster? I'm going to skip that. It appears there is nobody. Mr. Sibara, then Mr. Hutamo, then Ms. Seboko. Mr. Sibara?
Let's please the court, my lady. We don't have questions for the doctor.
Thank you. Mr. Hutamo? Mr. Hutamo, are you with the court? I'm going to skip you. You seem to be busy with other things. Mr. Hutamo? Can somebody indicate to Mr. Hutamo that the court is waiting?
Yes. As the court, please, ma'am. Can the
now you have moved, we can't see you.
I apologize, my lady. I just wanted to find out if the court can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. We just wanted to submit that we do not have questions to the witness.
Thank you very much. Ms. Seboko, Ms. Ramaimela, Ms. Scott.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I am standing in for Ms. Seboko. She has indicated that she does not have any questions on behalf of Dr. Libete.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela.
May it please the court, my lady. We do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlape. Ms. Toka?
I have no question for the witness, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Maite, Mr. Shabangu thereafter.
May it please you, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Mr. Shabangu?
As the court pleases, my lady, I do have few questions for the witness, my lady.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lady. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Advocate Shabangu on behalf of Ms. Nyatlu.
Mr. Shabangu, I thought my screen was frozen.
No, my lady, you are not frozen. I can hear you, I can see you, my lady.
Okay, continue.
However, my lady, you are breaking sometimes. Now we are frozen, my lady.
Yes, okay. Let me just a second. I will just exit the meeting and rejoin. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you very loud and clear.
Let's proceed. Okay.
However, my lady,
continue.
You are blurry, but I'll continue, my lady.
Am I blurry?
Yes, my lady.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, just wait. You may continue.
As a court pleases, my lady. Thank you. Doctor, as I was explaining myself before you, I'm Advocate Geoffrey Shabangu on behalf of Ms. Priscilla Nyatlu. She's a sequential witness number 26 in this inquest. Doctor, I had few questions, but now they've been reduced in number by my learned colleague, Ms. Minjalela. However, I still have very few. Doctor, in your examination in chief, there were 3 opinions that were handed in this inquest. However, it is not clear what was the
Can we refer to him specifically which docket? Remember, he testified on a number of dockets.
As the court
Please, let's not confuse him.
Apologies, my lady. On docket Charity Ratoto.
73.
The 73, my lady. Did you hear me, Doc?
Yes,
just to assist you, Doctor, this will refer to those.
My lady, it's DR 1976 of 2016.
Yes, that's fine. I just wanted to refer to the exhibit.
My lady, it will be.
Just a second.
N7, N8, and N9, my lady.
N7 is page 6268 to 69. Yeah.
This will therefore refer to pages 6268 to 6269. This is N7, 6332 to 6334, N8, 6335 to 6336, which is now N9. Thank you.
As a court, my lady. Doctor, my question to you is, for the purpose of clarity, what was the purpose of compiling these three opinions on one deceased?
Okay. So with the way we do forensic autopsies in South Africa, sometimes after you've completed the autopsy, you don't have the complete information. So it's almost like standard that the first opinion will be opinion to request certain additional information so that you can have more information to compile your opinion. In this case, the third leg of this opinion was not really an opinion. It was a statement on referring to the autopsy itself, certain paragraphs on that autopsy to clarify the information contained in those paragraphs. So a standard first opinion most often will be a request to the police, however, to give additional information, certified documents. And then the second one will be for the complete opinion with the information you have. And the third one here was to correct paragraph, a certain paragraph in the opinion, paragraph 7 and 9.
Paragraph 7 and 9. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that one. Doc, you testified as to the cause of death being that.
But Mr. If I may, Mr. Shabangu, did you lay an outline as to why you're cross-examining this witness? We understand that you are representing Ms. Priscilla Nyatlu, but did you lay the outline? You didn't. You just started with your cross-examination.
My lady, my apologies. Doctor, the basis of my cross-examination is I'm representing Ms. Nyatlu, who was the CEO of CCRC. That is the institution that has been referred by you. Kalinen Rehabilitation Care Center.
Kalinen
Care and Rehabilitation Center. Now,
okay. Care Rehabilitation Center. Yes, CCRC.
Yes. It is common cause that Charity Ritosto was one of the patients who was transferred from Life Esidimeni Institution to Kalinen. And reference has been made to Kalinen Care and Rehabilitation Center. So that's why I'm asking questions, Doctor, in relation to Kalinen Rehabilitation Center.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. Doctor, I was about to mention, as we have testify that the cause of death from a postmortem and
7.
Is it
The postmortem will be
the postmortem, my lady? Yes. Where
Postmortem is N6, my lady.
N6, my lady.
N6, correct, yes.
Yes, my lady. I'm only reading which we have. It has been said by my colleague
If
as
you
well.
can just refer to the page.
On the first page of your postmortem, page 6261.
Yes, I have the document in front of me, Your Ladyship.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
You don't have to read. I'm just going to read for record purposes. It has been said in record is that in the course at paragraph Roman figure 5, that is that as a result of my observation, open bracket, which follows, I conclude that the cause of death was the following: in keeping with food aspiration complicated by necrotizing pneumonia. Doc, you have been taken to task by Ms. Minja on that one, as well as Ms. Marriott. Now, Doc, if I understand you correctly in your explanation of necrotizing...
I'm not sure if I may. Can you all hear Mr. Shavangu? I think I'm experiencing problems to hear him properly.
It's really breaking, my lady. It's really breaking. I don't know, that's too close to the mic.
Yeah, something is wrong with your connection, or maybe... Or is it not the bar behind? Or maybe because I can see today it's like there is a clause for the... Okay, let me just refrain from saying that. Continue, just take a proper seat.
As a court basis, my lady, no, the bar behind my lady has nothing to do with my lady.
Still there.
Everybody properly?
Yes, you can continue.
Yes. Doctor, I want my question to you is that if I understand you correctly, my explanation on this necrotizing pneumonia was that it was caused by food aspiration. Is it correct?
That is correct, Your Ladyship.
Thank you, Doc. And then, Doc, furthermore, is that as we are sitting today, based on your testimony, you cannot tell this inquest with certainty as to when and where did this food aspiration take place. Is that so?
My summation, which I wrote on the opinion as well, is that from the chronology of events, the aspiration came during the seizure. The patient had a seizure at some period before his death.
Yes.
And it is known when patients have seizures that aspiration is one of the things that would happen. They will aspirate if they are not correctly positioned in one position or another. So from that perspective, one of the events that the patient aspirated is that one, where the patient had seizures prior to being sent to hospital.
Thank you, Doc. So now
okay, if I understand you, this could have taken place when the patient had seizures. That was prior to him being taken. Yes, seizures.
Yeah.
That was prior to him being taken to the hospital.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Yes.
So if I understand you correctly, following from what court has just mentioned, this incident, it was when the patient was at Anchor House on the 20, from your opinion, just refer you, Doc, so that we can have that for record. The court will bear with me just to get the right.
My lady, page 6332, paragraph 2.1. It's indicated that the patient of the deceased was admitted to hospital. An ill condition suffering from continuous uncontrolled seizures. I don't know whether my colleague is looking for that page.
Thank you, Ms.
6332. Just a
yes,
second.
My lady.
The paragraph? Is it the same? Okay, let me see.
2.1, my lady.
Yes.
That's a call, please, my lady. Ms. Marot, you said 6332.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm indebted to Ms. Marriott on this one. So, Doc, do you see that on
paragraph 2.1?
2.1 on.
Just check if that's what you are looking for.
Yes, I'm looking at the document 6332, paragraph 2.1.
Thank you, Doc. So, Doc, is it correct now to say that this is, according to what you've just testified now, this is a time when the aspiration took place?
In 2.1, if you read it, it says the descendant, which is an unknown black male, was admitted to Mamelodi Hospital on the 29th of 6, 2016, in an ill condition, suffering from continuous uncontrolled seizures. So these seizures started somewhere. I can't find the paragraph. They started somewhere. It's just that she continued to have seizures.
Thank you, Doc. I'll get to that page. It's here on my notes. If the court can bear with me to get it correct.
My lady, paragraph 2.6 might be of assistance.
Ms. Marot of 633.
633.
Just look at if I don't know, you are the one who's cross-examining the witness.
Yes,
check your notes properly because we don't know where you are getting.
Yes,
I don't know. I'm looking at 2.6 differently. I don't know. But you can look at paragraph. You will get answers on this paragraph, paragraph 2. If you didn't, you can't locate your notes.
My lady, I'm looking at this paragraph. I just want to get the exact date because.
Okay, read the paragraph. It's fine.
Yes, I'll read.
Even the witness can look at. You can look at paragraph 2, Doctor. Maybe you can at least assist us so that.
I'll read the paragraph 2, Doc, as the court pleases.
There's no. Just read it first because we are waiting to read the whole paragraph. Just read it in silence. You know where you want to take the witness.
Did you read, Doc?
Yes, yes, Your Ladyship.
As the court please, my lady. According to paragraph 2, Doc, it says on the 29th of June.
Which paragraph 2? Where on paragraph 2?
On the first line, my lady.
Of which okay, continue.
Paragraph 2, first line on
continue.
We says yes, the deceased unknown black male was admitted to Mamelodi Hospital on the 29th of June 2016. Now, Doc, but I wanted to go through.
Read it properly. Just read the whole. You see, don't come with piecemeal reading here. Just read the whole paragraph, the whole sentence. As referred from Cullinan Rehabilitation Center, with a clinical history of uncontrolled seizures.
Seizures, my lady. I'm indebted to the court on that one. Do you see that, Doc?
Yes, I see the paragraph, Your Ladyship.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Doc,
continue, Mister.
On this paragraph, the descendant, as you call him at the time, had seizures, and he was referred to Mamelodi Hospital. That's correct. Do you agree?
I agree, Your Ladyship.
Good. Thank you, Doc. Now, you have also, Doc, mentioned that the aspiration was a result of these seizures. Do you agree?
I agree, Your Ladyship.
Now, Doc, I want to take you now to your opinion N9. Let's start on your opinion N9. Exhibit N9.
Is it 6336?
N9 will be 6335.
335, okay. I'm in paragraph 9 of 6637.
Yeah, that's correct, Doc. Right, I didn't refer to paragraph, Doc. I was referring to exhibit this document as it is named in this inquest.
Exhibit 9, yes.
Okay, I don't know. Okay.
Yes. I'm on paragraph 8, and then on the paragraph 8 specifically, I'll go to paragraph 9.6. I'll presume that this could be 8.6 because here the numbering is wrong.
Paragraph 9 point?
9.
On paragraph 8.
Yes.
9.6.
Yes, on this document, my lady, it appears 9.6. However, the numbering for the purpose, yes.
Yes, continue.
Now, Doc, I'm going to read this. Is a short 2 lines. It says, "It is my opinion that there is a correlation between the seizure episode and the subsequent demise of the patient." Do you see that, Doc?
Yes, I see that.
Now, on this paragraph, do you agree that you mentioned that the patient died as a result of this seizures episode?
Your Ladyship, I can understand why maybe the Leonard colleague will interpret it this way, but this is not what I meant. I meant exactly like how I stated is in a form of causality. So the seizures predisposed the patient to aspiration, which finally killed the patient. It's I'll make a easier example. So let's say
the seizures predisposed
the patient to aspiration. So the seizure doesn't necessarily have to kill you. You have a seizure and then you aspirate. You can recover from the seizure, but what you've aspirated has created something new. A classic example we use is that, let's say I'm next to a swimming pool, and then I have a seizure, and then I fall into the pool of water. So when I fall into the pool of water, and then I swallow the water, and then I drown. You died due to drowning. The seizure predisposed you to the event of drowning itself. Another example might be you are high up working in a construction place. You have a seizure which disrupts your balance, and then you fall to the ground. The seizure per se is not necessarily what killed you. It predisposed you to the fall. The injuries from the fall is what killed you. So in this sentence, what I was stating is that the patient had a seizure episode. With that seizure episode, certain reflexes in his body were lost because of the seizure. That loss of reflexes resulted in him aspirating Unfortunately, that aspirated material is foreign to the body, especially the lungs. That created the pneumonia. That pneumonia killed the patient.
Okay. So how should, do you still stand by 9.6? How could it have been properly framed?
I thought it was clear in this way.
Because already there is a cause of death.
Yeah, I thought it was clear because what I was trying to reflect to the reader is that there's a link between the seizures and then the subsequent death. The link, okay. The chain of events started with the seizure, which predisposed the patient had pneumonia, and then the patient died. So this is the line I was the nexus I was trying to draw.
Okay.
But without saying the patient died due to seizures themselves. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that explanation, Doc. It makes more sense. Now, Doc, the aspect that I want to ask now is the issue of pneumonia. And then you testified
pneumonia.
Pneumonia. In this instance, we have necrotizing pneumonia. Now, yes. I was not clear when you were examined by Ms. Marriott in terms of when will the signs of necrotizing pneumonia be visible to the patient. Can you clarify that?
Yes. As I explained when I was questioned on necrotizing pneumonia, I said it will be visibly clear if ancillary examination like an X-ray is done to look at the lungs, how they look like on X-ray. A CT scan will also show the necrotizing pattern on those films. You looking at the patient with your eyes, you won't see that. If you listen with your stethoscope, you might hear that there's something wrong with the lungs, which also one of the first responders, I'm not sure which one, did listen to the lungs and then felt like there were crackles. But that's not specific enough. It shows that there's something happening in the lungs, but to have a better picture, a thing like an chest X-ray or a CT scan of the chest will be of much more help to diagnose and note this type of condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I've been to the court. Now, Doc, we have now on evidence that this patient had a seizure on the 29th of June and was admitted of June 2016 and was admitted at Mamelodi Regional Hospital with a history of uncontrolled seizure. And subsequently, the seizure was treated. And on the let's get a date. On the 11th of July, patient demised. That we have been evidence in this court. Now, my question to you, Doc, is it possible that from the period of the 29th up until his demise, the necrotizing pneumonia, it could have been detected?
In a conventional ward in a hospital, yes, I'm inclined to say it should be detected. Yes.
Continue, Mr.
As a court, this is my lady. And can you clarify, Doc, if you are saying conventional what? What is a conventional what?
Okay. While I'm answering you, I'm just trying to remember, like, some section of the notes were missing, and then actually it was this period which was missing, but I'll reread my opinion. There was section of information by conventional hospital. I mean a hospital which is designed to manage patients who, like this one, has not such a difficult condition like a pneumonia. So there are doctors who do rounds, there are nurses who are there, there's availability of X-ray machines, there's a laboratory to send tests for investigation. So this is by conventional hospital, I mean, the bare minimum, like your level 1 type of hospital where you have access to these things.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that information. That is Medical 101. This Mamelodi Regional Hospital, does it fall under conventional hospital, as you have just said?
To date, as I'm sitting here, the way I understand Mamelodi Regional Hospital is that it has access to refer patients. So I think it was level 2 hospital. I will need to be corrected. I think Mamelodi Regional Hospital is a level 2 hospital. That means it has capabilities to do X-rays. It has capabilities to do blood work. It has capabilities, and if it lacks those resources in the form of direct link to escalate the management if there's something problematic with the patient.
Thank you.
Come again. You are saying it had the capabilities to?
Yes.
It has access to the X-ray machines and whatever. Okay. So
that's my understanding of Mamelodi. That's my understanding of Mamelodi Day Hospital. It has access to those functionalities.
Okay.
That's the code, Miss Malady. Thank you very much, Doc. And how is this necrotizing pneumonia? How is it treated, Doc? Just can you educate your court on how is this necrotizing pneumonia? How is it treated?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, this one. But for latest treatment management, I'll defer to the clinicians. But the standard treatment of this type of pneumonia is to use an intravenous antibiotics of a broad spectrum. From the pathology perspective, why this is the pneumonia resulting from aspirating thing like food is that in the food itself, there are many components that makes that material. Therefore, there are many probable organisms. By organisms, I mean the germs that can cause infection on the body in that food material. That's why it causes such a problem, because there are many possible organisms which can grow from the food material aspirated. Therefore, to treat this patient, you'll need some form of an antibiotic, which will be intravenously administered, which will be broad spectrum, and then do blood cultures to see if you can culture same type of antibiotics. But your ladyship, for the latest management of necrotizing pneumonia, I would defer to my clinical friends. They know the latest information. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc, for that information. My lady, I think I made my cross commissioner and just checking my notes. As a court basis, my lady, I have no further question for the doctor.
Ms. Mbowen?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I have just one question of clarity. If the learned doctor can assist me with this understanding of which documents exactly he was referring to in this opinion. My lady, if I may be allowed to ask this question.
Which documents was he referring to in his opinion?
Yes, there's an opinion that is before you.
Yes.
May I proceed, my lady?
Where are you going? You have not yet laid the foundation.
The foundation is as follows, my lady. There is the issue of documents, especially clinical records, that was not submitted to the NGOs at the time when the patients were transferred. So I want to understand that the clinical records that he's referring to, that the doctor is referring to in his opinion, are those the records post-admission, or where did he get those clinical records from?
Okay, you may.
All the information.
I think she was just explaining to the court. You can just ask the question again, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Makova. My name is Advocate Liesel Mboweni, and I'm appearing on behalf of Ms. Cynthia Sinelo.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Doctor, there is an opinion that we were referred to earlier, and this opinion is found on page 4808.
Is the number you're referring to the one in red?
Just
that
a
is
second,
correct.
I'll assist you. Me, you can also assist. Let me see.
That will be N3, exhibit N3, my lady.
This will be Kenneth.
Franz Decker, the opinion on Franz Decker.
Franz Decker. Okay. Okay.
It should be N4, not N3.
That M4, my lady. My apologies. I will fix it on my side, my lady.
Maybe it's me here, but I've just written N4. I don't know.
Yes, my lady. Doctor, there's a specific paragraph that I'd like to refer you to.
This is 48. Miss Merritt? You
My
wanted
lady,
to say
that
something?
is the correction that the court made pertaining to N3 and N4. That's the one that Advocate van Bergen indicated we did not.
Yes. But did I now N4?
The opinion is N4, my lady.
Okay, so I'm
Thank
correct.
you,
Okay.
Ms. Merritt. Thank you. I'll fix it on my side, my lady.
Okay.
Doctor, I want to refer you specifically to paragraph 11, which is on page 3.
Paragraph?
11, on page 3 of the opinion, my lady.
Yes.
Yes.
Doctor, you would see that it says that after reviewing and the provided documents that include affidavits, clinical records, and the autopsy findings, there appears to be prima facie grounds from which inference of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient at the Tsipong Health Center. Now, my question is very specific. I just want to understand the clinical records that you're referring to here. Where did you obtain them from?
I will refer you to paragraph 7 of the same document. I had a police docket which was presented to me, which included this information you are asking me. The exact what document was there, I'll have to review the document, but it came in a police docket, which inside the docket, there were many things from the police that was sent to me.
Thank you,
So
Doctor.
Your answer is paragraph, just a second, paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7, my lady.
Yes, continue.
I am satisfied with the answer, my lady. I wanted to understand where the information came from, and as the doctor has indicated that the information was provided to him by the police.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any body standing in for Mr. Manamela? Before I go to Mr. Pitlela, Mr. Peterson, I saw you came back. If I can just close this, do you have questions to the witness?
This court, my lady. No, we don't have any questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pitlela?
Scott, please, my lady. Good afternoon, Dr. Mokova.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Trophy Klela. I represent 4 NGOs in this matter. Siavadinga, Sepol, as well as Enka. Now, Doctor, I'm going to be concentrating on what I would regard as controversial aspects of the opinions that you expressed in respect of all the deceased persons who were under, at one time or another, the care of the NGOs that I represent. Now, I'm going to start with Ms. Charity Ratoto. And to this end, I must say I'm grateful to my previous colleague for the questions that he posed. He has actually simplified my work for me. Doctor, when in paragraph 5.6, that is on page 6336 of your opinion, 5.6, my lady, on page 6336. Now, you mentioned a document called A18 as being the source of the information that you...
Which one? Which document? A18?
Yes.
Okay.
It says see document A18 for further description of transfer from CCRC to Anchor Center.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Yes. Now, you also mentioned a specific date, the 23rd of June 2016. Correct, Doctor?
Correct, Your Ladyship.
Now, were you aware that on that particular date, the testimony of my client would be that she had been allocated 30 patients whom she was required to house in a ward that had a maximum capacity of only 25 patients?
Disregard? Is it Miss Ethel Ngube?
No, my lady.
Who's that?
It is Mrs. Dorothy Franks.
Oh, yes, it's the Enkan.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you say? What is she saying?
I'm saying was the good doctor aware of the fact that on that particular date, the 23rd of June 2016, Mrs. Dorothy Franks will testify to the effect that she was allocated only one ward that had a maximum capacity of 25 patients and yet given 30 patients to care for. Were you aware of that fact, Doctor?
I was not aware of this fact, Your Ladyship.
Now, I see you have expressed yourself very strongly in this paragraph against the manner in which the transfer of patients happened on that particular day. Is that correct, Doctor?
That is correct, Your Ladyship.
Now that you are aware of this piece of information to the effect that an NGO was given one ward.
Just please take a proper
with
seat.
a maximum capacity of 25
Mr.
patients.
Bitlela, you are breaking. You'll have to move. Yes, just move there. Continue.
Apologies, my lady. Am I audible now?
Continue. You haven't said anything. You are more moving side. If you can just be in the middle.
I'm trying, my lady. It's,
okay, continue.
Unfortunately, it's... Yes. Doctor. According to you right now.
Okay, there was a break. I couldn't.
Can you hear me, doctor?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Thank you, doctor. I didn't finish my question, so let me continue where I left off.
You haven't started.
I'm saying that, doctor. Yes. I'm saying to you, doctor, if you had been aware of this little piece of information that I've given you right now, that here is an NGO, it is given 30 patients, somehow are expected to place them in a ward that can only accommodate 25 patients. Would that have changed your opinion with regard to what you have stated in paragraph 5.6?
No, Your Ladyship, it would not change my opinion on paragraph 5.6.
Would it have affected your opinion with regard to the end result, being that you feel that there is a prima facie case of, if I were to quote your words, the essence of which is that you're saying there was poor management?
Your Ladyship, it will confirm my view that the management of the movement of patient was not of the expected standard. This is what it will lead me to. The sentiment that I've written in paragraph 5.6 will not change. It's only like it will reveal that there was some other communication or management between parties in how patients are moved. I only report on the patient I was given for an autopsy examination and his unique experience of this whole process. And in my view, the experience of this person was not what we should expect.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. And so that is the case with many of the patients that were gathered here before this honorable court to discuss. Now, doctor, having said what you are saying now, do you believe that the fact that this patient could have been amongst those that were left in the hallway without proper handover? I'm saying the doctor. My lady, yes. I'm saying the view that he's expressing here.
Does he believe that?
Yes, this fact, what he has expressed here, does he regard it as part of the contributing factors to the death of the patient or the decedent?
Your Ladyship, can you maybe clarify the question for me? I'm not sure what I've been asked.
I'm not yet even cleared. Mr. Pichela, if you can just rephrase.
As it pleases you, my lady. What I'm asking you is simple, doctor. You have mentioned the fact that you observed, according to what you have been reading, at the time, the reports and whatever statements that you were given and information, you highlighted the fact that, or you lamented the fact that patients were kept in the hallway, there was no proper handing over or communication. I'm saying, is that part, could you say that is a contributing factor to the death of this particular deceased person?
The events described in this paragraph would predispose a patient like this one to suboptimal care, which in this case, it might have contributed, I don't know by how much, in the end results, which was the death of this patient. these things that were described were suboptimal for the proper outcome of patients, any patient.
So in every incident where it can be shown that patients were being kept in suboptimal conditions or being treated with less than optimal care or being transferred with insufficient medical information, that would then by implication mean that it contributed to a certain degree to the end result being their demise. Is that correct, Doctor? Yeah. Quoting from your logic as you expressed it now.
So not everyone who is exposed to suboptimal care will necessarily die. So it doesn't work like that. However, suboptimal care puts you in a category. If you are one of those who are the most vulnerable, unfortunately, something can happen to you, something like death. So that environment created a situation where in each case, which each case is unique, a possibility of people demising from whatever underlying condition or whatever new condition might spring out.
In this context, Doctor, I wasn't speaking in general terms because I understand that we have dealt with about 7 deceased persons, and you have had the opportunity.
Just a second, Mr. Pichel. I just want to fix something here. Mr. Pichel?
Scott, please, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
Doctor, are you still there?
I'm still there, here, Your Ladyship.
Yes, with the follow-up question that I wanted to pose to you was to limit the scope so that I can be fair to you. I don't want it to be that you speculate about other patients that you did not treat or you did not have the occasion to observe. So I'm talking only with reference to the patients or the deceased that were upon whom you conducted post-mortems. So, and the question still remains, will it be a factor if those deceased persons were put through a process where they were transferred with insufficient medical information? Some of them were transferred without proper medication being accompanied by proper medication. some without clothes and shoes. Will that be a factor
Yes,
in
it
your
will be
final determination of the cause of death?
Okay, you're asking me two questions. Your one question, I understand. Will it be a factor, this condition, in the outcome of the patient? My answer to that is yes, it will be a factor. Will it be the factor in the cause of death? That's a different question because, like I said before, some of the patients, even in suboptimal conditions, might somehow miraculously survive the event, even with these cases that I've been asked on. But on case-by-case basis, specifically this patient, the document I'm looking in front of me, this patient suffered convulsions, and we know with convulsions, you need early intervention. By early intervention, meaning you need to manage the seizures as quickly as you can to prevent a poor outcome. So if there's a miscommunication between moving patients, medication uncertainties, patients not being in properly ward, all these things eat up on a precious time to manage the patients. So that will contribute and play a factor in the outcome of a patient like this.
Yes. Thank you for your answer, Doctor. I'm going to move on to the second patient or deceased person. That would be Mr. Kenneth Sithole. Your report appears on page 4235.
Yes, I have the document 4235.
This will be N2, am I correct?
I believe so, my lady.
Is married? Yes. 4235 to 4237.
Yes, my lady.
That is N2. Ne?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. May I proceed?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Now, I've noted that you, in paragraph 9, you were able to draw inferences of negligence concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institutions, and that is CRC and MRH. Is that correct, Doctor?
That is correct, Your Ladyship.
Now, negligence it's a legal concept. So I don't know how it applies in the medical field. Perhaps you can enlighten me by the word negligence
sorry,
in this context.
You were breaking down.
My lady, Miss Margaret, just a second, Dr. Makhoba.
My lady, it's my respectful submission that this witness is an expert in the field of pathology, and thus he can make forensic pathology. Thus, he can make a valid opinion pertaining to medical negligence.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I don't know whether my learned colleague listened to my question until I posted, because all I was saying was that the good doctor described to me what he means. He said he cannot give an opinion on that. I merely gave a background by saying, in the legal field, it's a term that is normally associated in our legal field. So I want him to educate me on the context he was using it here. I don't see where the objection is going there. I don't even understand what the objection is about.
Miss Marriott?
Because if he's an expert, then he can give the answer to the question that I posed. Simple as that. May please.
Thank you, my lady.
Respectfully.
I'll leave my objection then, or
can anybody else? Can we hear from anybody else, Mr. Late? Are you there?
I'm here, my lady. I agree with Ms. Marriott that the Dr. Mokgoba is a forensic pathologist, which includes legal training in the field of medicine, and they are trained to deal with legal principles regarding the work that they do. But I agree with Mr. Pichlela. He can continue with this question, but we could see where.
Yes, because if I may, the way I understand the question, it's not like he says the doctor is not competent to make such an opinion. But what he's saying, he wants the doctor to enlighten us on the concept negligence as considered by him in the medical context, as against the negligence. Is that your question, Mr. Pitlela?
Indeed, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Doctor, that's fine. The question is allowed. You may proceed.
Thank you, your leadership. My conceptual understanding of medical negligence is when there's like a deviation from an expected standard resulting in unforeseen outcomes which might be negative for the patients. And if I remember my notes, there were 4 pillars to this understanding of this thing. So one of them would be like, if somebody has a duty of care to someone, and then they deviate from giving that care, there's problematic. There are questions to be asked. If there's a dereliction of duty or the expected duty from the healthcare giver, and then the healthcare giver doesn't give it, there's problems there. If you can establish direct cause between what you've done and then the patient's outcome in terms of poor outcome or worse outcome or something like that. And then the other concept had to do with money, like something about reparation or damages of some sort.
Yes.
This is my conceptual understanding.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Now, I note in paragraph 8, that is on page 4236.
I'm looking at that.
Paragraph 8.
Which paragraph now? You are breaking, Mr. Pitlela. Mr. Pitlela?
It's page 4236. My lady?
Yes. Paragraph?
Page 4236.
Yes, what
We're
paragraph?
still on the same document, my lady. It's paragraph 8.
Yes?
Yes. I note that you have indicated in this paragraph that based on the autopsy findings and the available clinical notes, I cannot be dogmatic on my comment on the overall management of the dissident due to incomplete documentation on the part of the medical and or ancillary personnel and or at the Anchor Center and the Cullinan Rehabilitation Center. Now, in the following paragraph, you indicate, however, after reviewing the docket that included affidavits, clinical records, autopsy findings, at least superficially, there appears to be no obvious prima facie grounds from which inference of negligence can be drawn concerning the management of this patient by the following treating institutions, CRC and MRH. You, however, there is, however, reasons to question the capacity and management of the dissident at Anchor Center. Now, what I understand contextually from reading of these two paragraphs is that in the first instance, you couldn't find anything wrong. However, the last part of the paragraph, you are saying that you are questioning the capacity and management of the dissident at the Anchor Center. I want to understand that, because it seems like a minor contradiction there. Because if you are happy with how the dissident was treated there, and you can't find any prima facie ground for negligence there, then why are you lamenting the issue of the capacity and management of the dissident at Anchor Center?
Yeah, the spirit and the headspace when I wrote these two paragraphs were coming from this. One, it is true I had incomplete information, as I state in paragraph 8, in the form of availability of documentations from these institutions. Therefore, having less information, I could not have a better picture of what was happening because there was less information available to me, which is problematic on itself because proper record keeping and keeping record is part of good patient management. And then I said, with this limited information I have, that's why I said, at least superficially with what I have, it seems like with the information I have, I cannot go beyond and say something, someone didn't do what was expected of them of doing. However, contextually, looking at this patient as a whole, including where he was, where he moved from, where he was going, where he ended up, especially at the Anchor Center, it will not be unwise to just look properly in a formal format like an inquest hearing to see if everything was up to scratch. This is where I was coming from with those two paragraphs.
So in essence, you leave it in the hands of the court?
Yes. Yes, Your Worship.
Indeed, Doctor. Indeed. Now,
just before you move, Mr. Pichel, if I understand your evidence, are you therefore saying, Doctor, one shouldn't read the two paragraphs in isolation? One must also look at the background and the basis, in particular, paragraph 7.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
In other words, correct. 7, 8, and 9. If one couple them together, one will understand why your conclusion on paragraph 9.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela, proceed.
With reference to paragraph 7, you are lamenting the fact that large portion of the notes from the Anchor Center are illegible. There was an inclusion of an affidavit of Mr. Yako Stolz, which is erroneously included. Hospital notes from around the 7th of August 2016 to the day of death, being the 16th August 2016, are not present from the doctors involved. So this basically was the reason why you, at the end, you felt that capacity and management of the dissident at Anchor Center was questionable. Is that correct, Doctor?
Not just capacity, but missing documents, mixing different patients' documents doesn't reflect well for an institution, because this other document which was included belonged to a totally different patient. So it means files were either getting mixed or things were getting mixed. That's number one. And not having such a large gap of the patient's evolution in that institution in the form that there's literally, I didn't see any documents from that period, also is suspicious from where I'm sitting. Therefore, deserve to be looked at just to see if that period is kosher. So this is what I mean by these paragraphs. by this paragraph.
Would it be of significance for you to know that when this patient was transferred, the medical files did not accompany the patient? So basically everything had to start from scratch.
It will help this court greatly if that information, like you making it available, because it will show the context of what was happening around this patient.
Now, I understand that the standards which you speak about, Doctor, are more aligned to well-established institutions with experience, with personnel, properly licensed, properly audited, to handle patients of this category. Is that correct?
I think before I have submitted to the court that for those type of questions, the clinicians maybe give more of an authoritative opinion on what they do for patients. But from where I'm sitting, it seems like there were shortcomings in how patients were managed, and then people who know better on how a center like this is supposed to function should give their opinion if everything went fine here.
Yes, Doctor, indeed, I agree with you. But what worries me is it appears that you are encroaching into a field or an arena for which you are not properly equipped. Because if your reference to the standards of management and capacity are what clinicians are able to speak about, but at the same time you are making comments to say inferences should be drawn, shouldn't you leave that to the clinicians as well, instead of making this type of comments?
Missing documents, mixed up files, this is basic. So if like I've commented, this is basic and it's not proper. So I think I am allowed to comment that this is not proper patient management. This is within my field. At the core, I'm a medical practitioner. I know how you're supposed to keep records of a patient, how you should transfer patients to the next person, and then to follow up treatment with the patient. So at that level, I think if something deviates from what is expected, I should make a comment that something has deviated from expectation. In the point that maybe I think you're going that on paragraph 9, where there's, however, reasons to question the capacity and management. With that point, I think from where I'm sitting, I'm saying I don't know how the management and the capacities numbers or structures should be, but somebody who knows should look into this, and then they will share with the court what is proper and improper.
So basically, we should disregard this part of your statement, because you're expressing an opinion over things that are not within your capability to do. Because this is what clinicians will come and testify to when they come to testify.
Mr. Mapihlela, there is no objection here, but it is my feeling that I'm of the view that this has been sufficiently answered. In case you have got issues, you can deal with that in your argument. The doctor has sufficiently answered this.
My only worry is the doctor, the previous question he referred me to clinicians, but now...
yes, but if I don't want us to debate it any further, his evidence is clear, the record will show. He indicates that where he could comment, he commented, but there are those where he just said this doesn't fall within his expertise. He referred to the clinicians. Now with this one, he says by the mere fact that he is a medical practitioner, according to him, just a second, records should be properly kept. That's what that is what he was talking about in relation to the mixing of documents. missing documents, how to transfer a patient and the like. So let's not repeat it. I'm just saying he has answered this sufficiently. In case you've got an issue with it, you can raise it during your argument.
I will defer to the authority of the court, my lady.
Okay.
And move on to the question.
Thank you.
Doctor, on 4237. I'm of the view that, yes,
just a
the
second.
next paragraph on page 3.
4237, which paragraph now?
Paragraph 10. We're dealing with paragraph 9. We are now on paragraph 10.
All right.
I'm of the view that the opinions that you're expressing in this paragraph in particular are more suited to be expressed by the clinicians and not yourself. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, I can comment.
Yes.
As expressed before, I know I'm a pathologist now, but if I'm called to action to go into a ward and manage a patient, there's a level of competence I will show on how to manage a patient in a clinical surrounding. So this comment in paragraph 10 reflects on my experiences as a medical doctor in a ward looking after patients, and then it guides me or helps me to come to the point that even looking at this patient from outside, the management that the evolution of this patient clinical conditions, which is just evolution of the underlying pathological conditions, which I can comment on, seemed that it happened over a multi-week period, and that at certain points of this evolution, there could have been actions that have been taken. I believe you don't need, I'm qualified to make that comment because I've worked in a clinical scenario, I've taken care of patients, and I have some basic level of competency on how to manage patients. So when I made this comment, I thought in this particular point, I was within my right to make a comment that clinically, this is how I see the picture of the patient.
Now, in paragraph 11, however, you state quite explicitly that you are not a clinician, and accordingly, you are not in a position to reliably comment on the adequacy and correctness of the treatment provided to the patient.
Yes. Yes.
But as you have now testified, doctor, you have worked in that environment, and that empowers you or entitles you to make an informed opinion on this, to comment on the adequacy and correctness of the treatment.
Yes, Ms. Marriott, just a second. There is an objection here. Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. The witness already testified pertaining to this paragraph in other opinions as well, and indicated it goes to the specialization of the treatment the patient received.
Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, I don't know if we are talking of other opinions that he has expressed. I'm not yet there. So if the objection is with regard to this particular patient or deceased, then I would understand it. But to say a witness...
Can I just simplify this
quickly? It's a different context, my lady.
Ms. Marriott, you can just respond, and then I simplify this quickly for the doctor to respond.
Thank you, my lady. When the doctor was referred to this paragraph, which includes, and when this paragraph includes other opinions as well, he indicated it goes to specialized care where the clinicians can provide clarity on.
Yes, thank you.
By respectful submission, you has already answered this question.
Okay. Just for the sake of progress, thank you. Just lower your hand. For the sake of progress, Doctor, if you can clarify the difference between these two paragraphs in order for Mr. Pichela to understand why paragraph 11, you are raising the issue of clinicians and as against the previous paragraph 10. I understand them to mean two different things. If you can just do that quickly.
Yes, Your Leadership. Paragraph 11 is prefixed by this first sentence because as I'm sitting here, I do not know what current clinical management protocols are in the form of how many doses of these drugs are given to patient X for this condition. Therefore, for you to get better knowledge of these current management standards, you will need to go and ask for somebody, one, who specializes in the field, and number two, who's currently working in that environment. In my mind, this was different from the previous aspect where as a doctor, I can see something is not in the proper protocol. I might not know what milligrams of drug you give this patient, but I could understand that a patient is managed like this when they have a condition like this. However, I don't know how many milligrams of ampicillin you give them for this condition, but I would know something like if a patient has a bacterial infection, he'll probably need an antibiotic. If a patient has a viral infection, he probably not need an antibiotic. So this is a basic knowledge of knowing the clinical field of medicine, having gone through that field. But for finer, granular, detailed questions of management, you will need somebody who's currently on the field and who is have other special interests on the field or specializes in the field to give additional information or comment.
Thank you. I hope this is clear to Mr. Pichel.
Yes, but when it comes to the issue of records, you are quite certain that what you know is what is applicable right now in the field.
Because that is universal. So we also keep records, and then we give, we are exposed to how we disseminate information to clinicians, how they should keep records. This is why I commented on that, because I also sometimes lecture on how records are supposed to be kept, how important is good record keeping to prevent things like this, where a case, unfortunately, sometimes it goes to court, and then your records, they were not properly kept. You cannot see yourself what you wrote. So I comment on that because as part of the coursework, what I do now, I do delve into that aspect.
Thank you. I think he has said a mouthful. You can proceed.
Thank you, Doctor, for that answer. Now, Doctor, if I were to tell you now that my client's version is that when Mr. Soga...
Who's this now?
Enka.
Enka, okay.
Yes.
Miss Franks, yes.
Yes. She will say that he was admitted to Enka on the 29th of June 2016.
Who was admitted to Enka? The patient?
Yes, Mr. Stone. The one
on the 29th?
Yes.
Yes.
And then on the 6th of July, that is 7 days later, he was being treated. And this appears on page 4158. There is an entry on page 4158.
Do I also have the document?
Yes, I think the only problem might be if the good doctor has not been given access to case line.
You can request anybody to, I don't know whether that can be shown on the screen to assist the doctor.
Okay, it's not with the document that I have. Because
yes,
I cannot
in case it's not. Are you referring to page 4156?
It's 4158, my lady. The relevant entry that I want to point the doctor out to. I'm just giving him a sequence.
Anyone assist us, Ms.
In
Hasim?
respect of what transpired. Isn't it, my lady, the good doctor says my clients were negligent. So I just want him to educate me whether that qualifies.
Can you read what is on the screen, doctor?
Number one, I don't remember your ladyship, me saying somebody was negligent. I said the court should make its.
It's not what is contained in there, isn't it?
Okay.
If I may, this was 423. Just a second.
Well, it's 4158. It also seems to appear on 4160. It's the same document. So I don't know how it was uploaded, but to me it's the same page that I'm referring to. Yes, that is the document, my lady. Now, doctor, can you read the first entry there?
Okay, I'll attempt. What I see on the entry is that there's a date column, time column, and then the report column. On the date column, there are dates. The first date is the 6th of July 2016, and the time is 1344. And what the entry there is MHCU is calm and cooperative user or cooperative
on wheelchair.
Is on wheelchair, but he is well orientated to time and place. Feel I think I took his meals and medication.
Meals and medication.
And medication. Well,
it says head.
My apologies to interrupt, my lady. That
had his meals and medication well. No problems noted. Care continued.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. van Bergen?
That is how I read it, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And as I've indicated to you, this was 7 days after he was received. And he was being treated, or his treatment was being overseen by a Dr. Wadwala. And he was in Ward 9B.
My lady, if I may just interrupt, my apologies for doing so, and also to Mr. Pishlela. Dr. Wadwala was a doctor at Life Esidimeni Rand West Center. I believe the doctor who was attending to the patients at Anchor was a Dr. Kenoshi.
Kenoshi, yes.
My lady, I'm placing my reliance on what is written on this document. And I see at the bottom of the document, it indicates the name of the patient, hospital number, doctor, diagnosis, ward, and then page. So the information I'm relating to the witness is contained on this same document. If perhaps I'm giving it a wrong interpretation, then I'll welcome clarity in that regard.
Yes, my lady.
Can this be clarified so that it shouldn't cause any confusion, Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, these records are records of Anchor House. Dr. Wadwala was involved at the Rand West Center. Your ladyship will recall with respect that she had been specifically appointed by Dr. Manamela to assist with the assessment of patients prior to transfer, and she had no involvement whatsoever with Anchor House.
Why is his name appearing here now?
My lady, that is something that Anchor House must explain. They produced these documents.
Yes, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, that is news to me.
My lady, just a second, my lady, to assist the court. I hold instructions that doctor was allocated to support NGOs.
Dr. Watiwala?
Watiwala, yes. This information is accurate according to my instructions.
I don't know whether he's going to be one of the witnesses. He can also clarify the information. I don't know, Mr. The evidence leaders can check that. It makes sense, Mr. Sibara, but we need to get the doctor himself to explain.
Lady, if there was a subsequent allocation of Dr. Wadvala to NGOs by the Gauteng Department of Health, that is something that I'm unaware of. It has not featured previously in any of the evidence.
That is why I'm saying evidence leaders. I don't know whether does his name also appear in the list, on the list of witnesses?
No, my lady, his name is not appearing.
Yes, maybe it's something that can be pursued with him. If you can make a note, Mr. Late and Ms. Marriott.
I will just go through the documents and see whether there's a statement of Dr. Wadvala.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. Just make a note here so that we can get clarity. Continue with the examination. It doesn't change the question that you have asked, Mr.
Yes.
Pichela.
Now,
Mr. Pichela, if I may just check, I'm so worried. I don't know. I just want to check as to whether you still have a lot of questions, taking into account that I don't know how many of your clients are implicated here. I see it's about a few minutes before 4 o'clock. I'm worried that the doctor might not be available tomorrow.
My lady, now the problem is...
Can I check with the evidence leaders? What was the arrangement?
I believe it was for him to be available for 2 days, if I recall correctly.
Is that correct, Mr. Late?
My lady, the witness was arranged for yesterday and for today, and unfortunately, he had a post-mortem that he had to conduct in the afternoon. So the witness can just indicate his availability tomorrow.
Will you be able to assist us, doctor? You'll just bear with us because it looks like your evidence relates to a number of deceased patients.
I'm just looking at our roster, so it means I'll have to ask my superiors to change things around.
Okay.
So at the moment, I'll have to ask Dr. Russo.
Can we just give him at least 5-10 minutes to do the arrangements, and then we will resume once he's done. Will you just indicate, even if we can just mute our mics and then just to allow him. Doctor, you can just mute yourself there, okay, so that you can be able to do the arrangements.
Please, the court, my lady.
Thank you. You'll alert us once you are done.
Yes, your ladyship.
Thank you.
how early do you start? So that I ask one guy to cover me for the autopsies in the morning, and then I continue here, and then I'll do whatever I need to do after the session.
What time? I think you do your autopsies in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, from 7:30 until 10, and then from 10:30 there's a lecture I'm giving, which is 2 hours to 50 students, medical students.
So I think we normally start proceedings at 10 o'clock.
Is it?
If we, I don't know, evidence leaders, what can we do? Should we request him to be here? We start, I don't know, it means you will be engaged until 12 o'clock.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Is it possible to start at 12:30? I don't know, I'm just making a suggestion to all of you.
My lady, we've arranged another witness for tomorrow, Professor Tintinger. I don't think the evidence overlaps, so I think it might be we can call Prof. Tintinger in the morning, and then we can proceed with this witness after it's finished with the lecture.
Will we finish that evidence? Because I don't want a situation where we start with another witness, we don't finish that witness. Is it?
My lady, yesterday we finished in half a day. Today
it depends.
The whole day, so it depends. I don't know.
Yes, but I'm just proposing that what if, even if we can make other arrangements with that witness, but can we excuse this witness and then until 12:30 tomorrow, even if it's 12:15, because I think he's testifying from where he is, isn't it?
Yes.
There's no need. Yes. So if we start with him at even if we say 12, I think 12:15 will be fine. I don't know. I'm just making a suggestion.
I can even push it because the students in the morning, they come with us to the mortuary, and then they need to, which is in a different place than the offices where I am now. So
yes.
We allow for them their movement from the mortuary to the library section, which is here in the campus, so that they can attend the lecture. So I can, because I'll be in the mortuary in the morning, I can find a way so that we compress everything, so that we can start earlier, so that we can finish earlier everything.
Okay, so it's 12:15 fine with you?
Yeah, I can even push it to 12 if buying time is possible. Yeah.
Can I hear? I saw Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, my lady. I was going to echo with respect your ladyship's sentiments that I do not think it would be appropriate to interpose Professor Tintinger
before we finish with the witness,
because it is very difficult to to prognosticate as to how long his evidence will be, and then we end up with a record which is like a jigsaw puzzle. So I would suggest that your ladyship's suggestion that we start at 12:15 or 12:30 is perhaps the...
He's even proposing that even if we can say 12 o'clock, it will be fine with him. He'll try to arrange his schedule.
As your ladyship pleases.
And finish earlier. I think this settles it. I saw other hands. I don't know. Mr. Pichela, I don't know whether you wanted to say something or you forgot to lower your hand.
No, my lady, I merely wanted to mention that there is a common denominator in victim number 11. Lucky Masego, he appears on both the list for Dr. and
I
Professor
can't hear
Tim.
anything that you are
That
saying.
is all, my lady.
I just heard the name of
Malady,
Lucky
I just
Masego.
wanted to indicate that there is a common deceased in the list provided for Lucky
That's fine.
He appears on both of them.
We see that. Let's deal with one thing at a time. At a go, please. Don't confuse me. I'm still on the first point. Miss Hasim, Mr. Pinar, and there was someone whose someone who's using, I don't know, something, who's using the connection of a certain TEFO. I don't know who's that. Is it Mr. Peterson? I think. Can we start with Mr.
No, my lady.
It's not you. Somebody's using the connection of TEFO. I don't know who that is. He sent the person's. Oh, Mr. Profi, please don't confuse me. So it's Miss Pinar, Miss Hasim. It has been a long day. Eh? Miss Hasim, Mr. Pinar, and Mr. Profi. And then I don't know whether Mr. Late would also want to say something. Yes.
My question is whether Mr. Piklela could give us an indication of how much longer he is going to be with this witness. And the reason I'm asking is for our team to be able to prepare. We had expected to begin with the Professor Tintinger tomorrow, and it affects our availability and our planning. So if Mr. Piklela could give us an indication of how long he would be with.
I was going to do that at the end, but it's fine. The first thing is whether we agree that we must just excuse the witness now, and then we say to the witness, please avail yourself at 12 o'clock. Do we agree with that? So I thought we were dealing with that, and then the rest will follow.
My lady, I would agree with that, subject to the following, that if Mr. Piklela said he's only going to be 10 or 15 minutes more, then I would suggest we just sit for a little bit later today and finish the witness today. But it really depends on how much longer Mr. Piklela would be.
Okay, all right, it makes sense. Mr. Pinar? Before I go to Mr. Pinar, Mr. Piklela, can you give us an indication as to how long are you going to take?
My lady, it's difficult to say because I still have four deceased persons to deal with. So I've only dealt with 1, 2. This is the second one and we're not even done. So there's still 4 other people to deal with, but not all of them, because I think I've covered for the most part what I wanted to put forward. So not all of them are going to be as intensive as we have been trying to be to get right now. So it's difficult to say. I don't want to say 1 hour and then in an hour I'm not done, because it also depends on how the witness answers.
That's what I was avoiding, because in my experience, I've already noticed how you work. So it's fine. I understand that. Can we leave it, Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, I will echo the sentiments of Mr. van Bergen, but I would also suggest that we should not put our witness, Dr. Makoba, under unnecessary stress to compress his program in order to accommodate us, which has already happened, my lady. If I listen to the kind doctor correctly. But I would suggest it would be, if I must venture a time, as your ladyship indicated initially, either 12:15 or 12:30, my lady.
Okay.
And I think 12:30 even I would want to venture would maybe be more suitable. We do not know with the doctor.
Okay.
Is doing a post-mortem tomorrow morning, if I understood him correctly, with students in attendance.
Correct, yes. And we've dealt with that, and
we can't say it's going to take an hour or 2 hours. He may suspect that at this stage, but once he's involved in a post-mortem, there may be issues and which takes more time. So I would suggest 12:30 would be a fair time period. If the colleagues are amenable, we could go through the lunchtime, my lady.
All right. In that case, what I would suggest, can I hear Mr. Profi?
Apologies to interrupt, my lady. Just a reminder that I too still have to cross-examine the witness.
Oh yes, you are still in the on the queue. How did I? You were supposed to come before Mr. Pichele. How did I skip you? Okay, fine. So if we can agree that we continue with the witness tomorrow, starting from 12:30. That's fine, and then it means Professor Tinkler will be for next week if he's available. Will that change your programs, Ms. Hassin? That's the predicament that we're facing now. Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady, the next week has already been planned, but we'll have to move it on now.
Then it's fine. It means you'll have to be moved then.
It has to be. I just would want to find out just from Prof. Tinkler whether he will be available on Monday.
Okay, please deal with that and then you will update us tomorrow. In the meantime, I think as far as I can remember, Ms. Foster said she will be available to lead the other witnesses next week, isn't it?
That's correct. It has been arranged for Monday, my lady, but we'll have to change that now.
Okay, it's fine. Even if we can leave that, just check if the professor is not available. Maybe rather let's schedule him for the other week so that we can finish with. We shouldn't interfere with the arrangement of Miss Foster.
She actually indicated to me, my lady, that she would like some more time to consult with Ms.
Okay,
Mrs.
so in that case, you can rope in those other witnesses that were supposed to have testified. Did you manage to get hold of those who were supposed to be here?
Mr. Nofile is still in the wind, my lady. We don't know where he is.
Okay.
He accepted the date that was provided to him, and when we tried to contact him, his cell phone is off and he's not at his home.
Can I, in the meantime, not strain the doctor? Can I release the doctor until tomorrow, Mr. Pichela, so that we can proceed with our own housekeeping?
Yes.
Doctor?
Your Ladyship.
I'm going to excuse you. You know the procedure that we follow in courts, isn't it? You are an expert, and then the issue of you being warned to give evidence.
Yes,
you are well conversant with that.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
You are not yet finished with your evidence, but I take it that you are an expert that is not applicable to you.
I understand, Your Ladyship.
Okay. In that case, you are warned to appear in these proceedings virtually to continue with your evidence. You are therefore excused as arranged, isn't it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your. Bye-bye.
I see there is a hand. Who sent is that? If that hand can go down, unless the person wants to say something. Thank you. All right. Can we check with you, Mr. Late? Because this is going to affect your plan.
Yes, my lady.
Yes. So we are agreed that tomorrow we're going to finish with this witness, and then the other things we'll arrange. You'll notify us tomorrow.
Yes, I was just busy calling Prof. Tinkler.
No. All right, we can hear that tomorrow. On that note, it's now 4:08. The proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Do we say no? It can be 10 o'clock. It will be. Did we say 11:30? 12:30.
12:30.
Yes. Then we will therefore proceed with Dr. Makoba's evidence at 12:30. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady.